in a city that never sleeps. A lone guitarist makes his leaps. Fingers dance, strings sing a tale of a dream that feels so frail. Echoes fill the silent night. A lost love, a heart so tight. But in this cold, hard world, hope's just a fleeting word. Oh, trees whisper, oh, trees sigh. In the darkness they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, lonely cry. In the cold, hard light, guitar soars through the stormy skies. A melody that pierces the eyes. Love's a memory, a distant dream. In this world it seems fingers glide in the fading light. A final note, a last good night. Lost in the shadows, lost in time. Dreams are all we find. Oh, dreams whisper, oh, dreams sigh. In the darkness they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, a lonely cry. In the cold, hard light.
For me, I can use I'll try to give you the rest of it. Yeah, call me back to myself when you could check it.
In the shadows where whispers dwell,
1.3.
it's like guitar sings of love's farewell.
Now they're calling me on my cell phone. I don't know how
I
to
just wanted to know if
Echoes of the heart once bold, now lost in the night's cold fold. Secrets hidden deep within, tales of love that
feeling very good. I felt recovered
promises made in moonlight's gold, now broken like a shattered show. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky.
There's no pain.
Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets, holding on today. Memories of laughter and tears. In the silence they appear, whispers of a time so true, when love was all we knew. Lost in the echoes of the past, wishing for what we had. In the dark we search for light, holding on to what we fight. Through the pain, through the night, we find strength in the fight. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky. Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets,
21.
Sorry, a card for a parking problem.
Foreigner 23.
This is 428 on truck when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry about that. I left that call. I had a call from Mass General Hospital and didn't realize I had myself in the image. So you guys had to hear a little bit of that. And then I wasn't able to come back in until I was able to hang up. So good to be back. Good to see everybody. It was really good to see everybody yesterday from the hospital as I began the treatments. I was participating in chat. It was great to be with you guys. Just to give a quick update on that, and then we won't talk about it anymore. But so it was awesome to watch Kate, Matt, and Jen doing things and just sit back and enjoy it and enjoy you guys in chat. So the first chemo was administered at 10. That was 10 minutes, no problems. Second chemo was a 40-minute bag, no problems. Then they tried the immunotherapy drug, an antibody, and that one, let me just bring in Jen. Good morning, Jen. I'm just bringing you in. I just want to quickly explain to the audience what happened yesterday and then be done with it. So the immuno drug, unfortunately, after a few minutes, they had a reaction to it. So they had to kind of go into emergency mode. My blood pressure dropped down dangerously low. I was tomato red in the face, shortness of breath, that kind of thing. But they got it back under control with an adrenaline shot and some other tactics, within like say about 10 or 15 minutes, but they had to stop the treatment. So what the plan now is they're going to reschedule this next week, but it'll be done overnight. I'll have an overnight stay in the hospital where they'll prep me for this and then do the administration of the antibody drug in the hospital. So it's under closer monitoring and it'll be done in a more controlled, slower way to monitor for reactions. Expectations are that it'll go well. And then after that, it'll just be regular treatments. So whenever they get that schedule, I will need Kate's help again to run the channel. I've already talked to her this morning and she'll take care of it. So there'll be another day next week where Kate will be running. And there may be other days going forward like that too. So, but other than that, I am fine. I was fine within an hour or two after this allergic reaction to that medicine. I was completely back to normal, which for some people will be like, ah, shit, we were hoping you'd be better. But so today's appointment was canceled, and that's why I'm able to be here. And so as far as today, we don't know what's going on. We may not be on very, very long because some people are of the impression. So Court TV does have, in fact, I can go bring this up now and check it again. Court TV and Law and Crime. Sorry, I'm a little trying to get caught up because that call was supposed to come at 9:30 and they called me earlier. Mass General. You bring on the Court TV one for now. Let's see. But we don't know if they're going to have anything until maybe 11 because the jurors are going to be going out to do the view. Oh, I got to log in. Actually, Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. It was great being able to watch you yesterday, and Matt and Kate did awesome. Everybody did great. So I am trying to set up the feed right now. If there's anything you'd like to talk about yesterday's events on the hearing.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say, all our thoughts and prayers are with you. This is, these are matters that are concerning health, and we can see you look fine, but as everybody knows, these are serious, very serious issues. So I just wanted to say our thoughts and prayers are with you. That's sort of at the forefront. As far as everything yesterday was just truly a colossal win for the prosecution because of the damning text messages and how they were presented this year versus last year.
Right.
Last year they were more piecemealed. It wasn't this litany of understanding, hours and hours of her really berating him. And we really got to see it with the punch that is well deserved of understanding what their relationship was in a nutshell. I mean, I would love to know the number of calls made to him in total throughout their 2 years. It might be in the millions. I mean, I just don't know.
She's one of those obsessive kind of girlfriends. I'm sure some guys can be like that too, but we've all encountered this in life that will bomb you with calls and texts. And and I shouldn't say this, but again, because I have broached it a little bit in the past, she does demonstrate this is you could never. I'm not a psychologist, so I would not be able to diagnose someone, and a real psychologist wouldn't be able to diagnose them from. You'd have to have an office visits, but you do see this little evidence of psychopathy, and psychopaths are known for love bombing because it's a type of way of them trying to control something. But there's also obviously plenty of people that are non-psychopaths do this kind of thing too. So I'm not trying to, but it is just one of other indications in Karen, the lack of empathy, the impulse control, and in this case, it's not exactly love bombing, but it's that obsessive behavior to try to get this thing under her control again, a little bit of manipulation, and look, and I don't mean we have to be fair too to her some of that goes on in every relationship. There's a power dynamic that is a natural part of relationships, and if we have fan, and if somebody loses a little bit of leverage or something like that, so I don't want to overanalyze it. I don't know. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I know you are such a person of logic, and you want to see the details in terms of, for instance, you love the analytical part of this case, the digital analysis, the analysis of the information from the Lexus, and so on and so forth. That is your jam. And I appreciate that, but I tell you, I think these text messages, in my opinion, speak volumes because
Oh yeah,
it
yeah.
leads up to showing it's all about motive. This wasn't a happy relationship, but
Right.
and I think Brennan brought this out very subtly. What people see on the exterior with couples is so different from what can be going on behind closed doors. And we are
Right.
getting a look behind that curtain. And, I don't know, maybe my experience with dating early on, and of course, I've been married for decades now,
Mhm.
but I just never had any sort of relationship that was like this, this
Mhm.
obsessive compulsive. And I want to say, as an FBI agent, though, I saw this all the time with domestic violence type of cases,
Mhm.
specifically in the gang world.
Mhm.
Reading all of their text messages and having wires and things like
You
that
have
in
joined the
cases.
meeting as an attendee and will be muted
Interesting.
throughout the meeting.
It's
So this,
it's
The host
it's
yeah.
would like
what
you to
I've
announce
seen in the criminal
you are
element
unmuted.
in a domestic violence type situation, for sure.
So if you could stand by,
Good
Jen, because I
morning.
have the feeling this might be brief, but if we get a sense it's not, then
CR
you know.
117, the parties are
Stand
present, the
up.
jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So good morning. I heard the council wanted to see me about something.
Yes, please.
All right, why don't you come on over to sidebar?
Good thing we stayed on. At least we're going right to sidebar.
Yeah, so for me, I saw this in my view. This is
Mhm.
a, emotional and sort of verbal. Just you can see this unhealthy relationship that exists. I love to delve into that because I think it's so important to understand motive. If you're going to put somebody on for trial, even though legally you don't have to, every juror is going to want to understand why, what was the turn, and this shows that turn. And what do you think about the plumber? My belief is she didn't even call the plumber, but
Yeah, or if she did, she was trying to still nonetheless use it as a form of manipulation.
yeah.
Um,
Have you ever seen the I don't know if you're a Seinfeld lover. I just love Seinfeld.
yes, I love that about you. I didn't know that. I've seen every episode 100 times.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big television watcher. I watch sports and I watch Seinfeld and I like some docu-series. But anyway,
Me too. And 2.5 Men became another addiction. So maybe like I've watched every one of those 100 times. Seinfeld and most other things on TV. I'm even unaware they even existed. There was a time I watched Cheers, and going back younger, I watched Hogan's Heroes. But that's probably a little embarrassing. But
that's not. Hey, I loved MASH.
yes,
But
yeah.
yep, that was a good one. But anyway, back to this. Remember that episode about hand? Who has hand?
Yes.
Meaning the
Yes.
upper
It's so
hand,
true.
hand.
So
It re
true. Yeah.
it
And
reminded me
she
of
lost
that.
hand. Yes, that's a
She
great
lost
example.
hand,
And she
and
wanted it back.
she wanted it back, and it took her hours and hours and hours, but when he acquiesced to meet, that's when she got it back, and then she doubled down with the, "Oh, sorry, I have a plumber coming at 8 o'clock tonight because I can't get hot water."
So let me ask you this. This just propped into my head based on that question. Do you think it's possible that the flirtatious, well, let's not even tell the flirt, do you think it's possible that the time when they had Higgins over the house, it was early in January, it was the last Patriots, it was the Patriots playoff game, and then she walks him out to the door and plants a kiss on him in an area that she knew he wasn't going to see, but she was definitely going to see him walk out there with him. That he was, so do you think she did that on purpose? Was that a form of manipulation too? That she was trying to make him jealous?
Oh, I think so. I think absolutely that was kind of a power play. She knew the relationship was about over, and
Mhm.
I think she wanted somebody in her hip pocket, if you will, that if it
Mhm.
ended, that she felt, she could make a stand with. In other words,
Yeah.
going out and be visible with and have him, in similar circles.
Right.
And oh, absolutely, that was, to me, uh, a power play there.
Right. And it is important. And it's extra hard to try to do this. It's more important to try to do this when you've chosen a side, which we all kind of have, right? But to always try to look at things from, you can, in that mode, still mentally put yourself on the other side and try to analyze it from other angles. So Karen's explanation to, I think it was the Vanity Fair article for why she got into this flirtatious relationship with Higgins was valid, or at least plausible, in the sense that she felt, I don't remember the word she used, but she seems to have felt some insecurity and a loss of power and control. And her reaching out and do a flirtatious relationship established that hand, as you might say, with someone else. And she sensed he was someone that would work with. It's plausible, right? That she knew John was, it's clear from those texts that she knew John was out. He was on his way out. And so it's plausible that she reached out to Brian Higgins just to have that feeling of control and power again that was now missing.
Oh, sure. And I think anytime you're about to be dumped, you're insecure and you
Yeah.
want the validation from somebody else. And
Validation, yes, that's the word she used. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
oh,
sorry.
did she? And
Yeah.
to also in her on her side, I mean, she likes apparently, big police type guys. So he was certainly within her, it seems, the kind of guy that she was attracted to. The problem with it is she was in a relationship, and
Oh,
that
yeah, yeah.
just
I'm
to
just
me,
going to her motive though. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it just shows, just more of a fallacy within,
Yeah.
the personality type
A
she has.
moral fallacy or something, right?
Yeah, just I mean,
Moral tells us something about her morality
yeah,
or
and
her,
and
I don't know.
again, it just all comes down to where was, for me as an investigator, where was the relationship at? It was
Right.
in a hot mess and it was about
Yeah.
to be gone. And that is also noticeable not only by her text messages, but by her reaching out to Higgins and trying to start anew with somebody else. So it's all goes to motive.
Right. Right. Absolutely. It's fascinating. And this is makes it so valuable having you here because you've looked into so many other cases, not just as a true crime rep, but as in your job capacity. So you got so many other experiences to compare this to and to draw from. So that's really, really helpful to us. Um, so yesterday I talked briefly to Kate this morning, and so she was interested. She talked a little bit about what reporters are saying, real journalists, about the jury's reaction to the clips yesterday. And of course, it's hard to tell. We all should be hesitant about anybody that's trying to read into the reactions of jurors. I mean, unless they're really doing something like crying or something like that, that you can really be sure what they're seeing. But it sounds like these clips have been effective.
Right. I'm reading the same thing. And I think all you can really report on is what the actions were. Let me give you an example. When I was watching I believe it was the kind of making fun of Peggy O'Keefe, telling her purportedly that he had been hit by a car. If you watch the reaction of both Karen Reed, so I'll just, instead of saying what it showed me, she leans back in her chair. She gets a scowl. Her complete um, aura changes from what it
Yeah.
was before. And
Right.
then Jackson whispers in her ear, not once, but twice. And I made the
Yeah.
joke at the time, he's probably saying, "You idiot." You know, in other words, for so I keep wondering, have they even really watched every minute of this? You know,
No
have
way.
they?
It was because it was 400. Well, not the unedited, because it was 400 hours, I believe, that came in, what, 2 weeks before the trial. No way.
Mhm.
No
Yeah,
way.
but they have all those attorneys. I think we were counting them out, 6 attorneys sitting there.
Yeah. And all those
That's a
assistant, they have a lot
yeah,
of law school assistants helping them out. So maybe, yeah.
yeah. I mean, that's literally, you give a job to them, and you know, it sounds like a lot of hours, but I can tell you that whether you're in the investigative mode or the expert witness mode, you have to look at all of that. You just have to, because it's shocking what you'll find. Um, I want to. I'll give an example that'll be so general that it won't connect to a case. But as an example, in a case I reviewed, there were statements that were made on a body worn camera of an undercover when he thought the mic was off. And they were very incriminating from the standpoint of a setup.
Hmm.
Uh, and basically, uh, you know, in that case, and I was on the defense side, we had a very, very excellent outcome in that case. But in other words, if you don't listen and watch every second, even though you have to sit there for hours and hours, dozens of hours, you don't know what nuggets you might be missing.
Yeah, that's
Right.
that case where that sheriff was planting drugs on people, right? That's how they caught him, was the body cam.
Yeah, you know, the problem is with those body cameras. I mean, as an example, the Bureau isn't even using them. They're just
Right.
experimenting with them right now, and many agencies aren't. And then finally, when they do get, you know, when you're ordered to have one, which personally, I think it's a great thing, because it saves you from complaints and other things that people say that are bogus. So for me, as an agent, I would have loved to have had that. This is the problem. You're not used to it, so you forget to turn them off.
I think it keeps honest people honest on both sides, right? Defendants and suspects, and the police as well. I think the real problem with body cams, and you're seeing this in Canton, where they're all demanding body cam, body cam. Well, they just wasted what, $200,000 on an audit. Body cams are expensive, not just the actual body cams, but to keep all of that footage, right? I mean, the storage needs for something like that are astronomical, so they're expensive to implement and maintain. So you can't on one hand be screaming about defunding the police and then on the other hand demanding something like body cameras, unfortunately. And I think body cameras in this situation would have saved a lot of people a lot of grief, because all of those interviews would have been recorded by the body cams. All of Karen Reed's statements would have been recorded by the
Yep.
body cams, although I guess that's not really necessary, because come to find out, if you throw a documentary camera in front of her, she'll just admit to what she said anyway. Like,
Yeah. Right.
there was no guarantee of that. So I think, like, I'm a proponent of body cams, but I am cognizant of how expensive they are to maintain.
Can I just address something really quick? And also, I want to welcome Matt from Boundless Millennial and say thank you. Obviously, you've been here with us a lot of shows, but it was really great to watch you guys yesterday when I couldn't participate, but I could watch the channel for much of it, not all of it. But I appreciate it. Thank you. You guys did great. And I want to address, so there's someone in chat, Tyler. He's been here before. I don't get to see all his comments. He's a free Karen Reed person. And so I have no idea if what he says is argumentative or offensive or anything. So just knowing that someone is here from Free Karen Reed, my first reaction is thank you, because we don't want to be an echo chamber in any conversation. So we're glad to have someone that has the courage to go test out the other side, if that's your goal. If your goal is to be a troll, and I don't know what your goal is, I'm not attributing that to you, then that's a problem, and we will lose you one way or another. But I want to address the issue of lie. This is a problem I have with Free Karen Reed. And look, I like Nick Rocco personally, but there's a simplicity to you guys that you don't seem to really delve into what actual words mean. Lie has to be intentional. All right. That is a key component of the word lie. You're intentionally saying something that you know is untrue. Now, when you say that Kerry Roberts lied and admitted it on the stand, it's because you don't understand. She said she was forced into that multiple times by Jackson. And she basically said, well, I lied, but it was not intentional. Well, when you say that, that's just because she's being tripped up on the stand and being forced. She wasn't able to choose that. She was such a good witness and was so careful with her words. But that when you have a defense attorney that's going to badger you, you can have, under that pressure, you can eventually use the wrong word. A lie is not intentional. Oh, sorry, I don't get to finish this thought. So when she says it's not intentional, that's her saying it wasn't a lie. It was something that was ultimately inaccurate, but was not a lie.
Inaccurate was the word she should have used.
Exactly. And Matt, you want to respond to that, Matt? Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. These aren't professional witnesses, and they get backed into corners. You know, Jackson is good at doing it. Jackson is good at getting them to be like, oh, my testimony evolved, because they don't know how to respond. They want the attack to stop. And, you know, a professional witness would know how to, you know, stand their ground and continue to iterate like the truth. Right. And I think that's, you know, that's why she hired Alan Jackson, because he will go after rape victims. He doesn't care. He will vilify anybody. And I mean, that's why she chose him.
Right. And I think it's also, you know, this whole Kerry Roberts lost all credibility. How he tripped her up on one thing. And I mean, the colloquial heard is like, I heard that Matt makes really good YouTube videos. It doesn't mean that I hear him making the videos. It means that someone has told me that he makes really good YouTube videos. And I think that's where she got caught up at the grand jury, because she had heard from Jen that this had happened. And I mean, everything else that she said later on was corroborated by Karen. So, I mean, what are you really attacking her on? What part of her testimony, her actual testimony on the stand 2 days ago, what part of that was negated or undermined? Because the only thing that I saw happen was a clip of Karen be played right afterwards that corroborated her testimony. So I would say that she's actually quite credible.
And moreover, she was asked this question so many times and gave the answer that was correct. No, I didn't hear her ask that. She gave the correct answer. It was clear. It was confusing. I read it back, the question. I mean, there's she's and hers. It's not clear. Even when Jackson reads it, he has to infuse who's saying what. And then he always ends with, isn't that right? Isn't that correct? And then when you infuse that in as a witness, well, wait a minute. I'm not even back to the question. Now I've just got to answer, isn't that right or correct? So
I'm so frustrated too with I'm sorry, I don't mean to step over you there, but I'm like,
No,
again, another free Karen Reed going, she committed perjury. Like, you have to understand the words that you're using. Like, perjury is very specific. Technically, you can lie under oath, and I'm not saying that's what she did, but you can lie under oath and still have it not rise to the level of perjury. Perjury requires an intentional lie told under oath that's a material fact that would be likely to change the outcome of the proceeding, right? That's what it is. So this anecdotal story about Karen Reed asking Jen McCabe to Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold, right? Did not change the outcome of the grand jury. That was not a material fact. And if you are trying to tell yourself that it is, you're just lying to yourself. That is a very small, it had no relevance, especially in June of 2022, where this artifact indicating this search at 227 hadn't even been found by anybody yet. It was an absolute non-issue at the grand jury. So no, she did not commit perjury, and I would bet you $500,000 that I don't have that she never gets charged with perjury. And it's not because of corruption; it's because she did not commit the crime. There's no probable cause. It didn't happen.
I did
And
a
I'm not a
whole
lawyer.
live
I
on
just
it.
know that from lived experience. Looking these
I
things
did a
up.
whole live on that. That is not. It's not chargeable. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I think a good example would be like Richard Green, right? So he did not commit perjury, even though he's saying something that he probably knows is not true. However, if he did take the call from Celebrite, the customer service, he put in a ticket because he didn't understand the timestamp. If he did take that call and got the information that said, this timestamp means this, and then he went on the stand and said something else, that would be perjury because he's knowingly lying. He didn't take that call so that he is not perjuring himself. He can just, say he wasn't informed, right?
Yeah, that's a great example, I think. The other thing that I think gets lost is the whole reason why Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe, people she wasn't even friends with, were called by her. I really wish Brennan would bring this up in some sort of way or form, and maybe it'll come out later. You don't have a crisis going on in your life and call virtual strangers. You call your buddies. She called them for a purpose, and that was to be a witness to her finding them.
Yeah, I really want to see her call log this Ingrid person. Like, when did that happen? Did it happen before she called Jen and Carrie, or while she? Like, yeah, I think we are missing a lot of context around who she called that morning.
Yeah. The other thing is, to me, just say you want to concede that she, purposefully did that. Who cares? In the scheme of what is going on in this case, in the text messaging that's happened, in all the evidence we have, even up to date, it's amazing how that's been so blown out of proportion in the scheme of what happened yesterday.
My heart goes out, especially to Peg, but to everybody that has to sit in those benches hour after hour, week after week, and a trial that there's no way this trial is going to be limited to 6 weeks. There's no way. I love Judge Canoni. Most of it, the only decision I've ever disagreed with is her Turtle Boy stuff, but God, a 15-minute break is always a 45-minute break. And I just don't see this any trial she ever conducts Stuck's ever living up to the estimate of the time. Maybe that's unfair, but
yeah, I mean, I think that I'm just like looking at like the responses, and like it's just night and day, like how people are interpreting certain things. Like people were going after Peg the other day saying, oh, she just has this hatred for Karen. And it's like, are you people really idiots? She knows this girl killed her son. Of course she has hatred for her. Like, are you people sick? Like, it's really sick. It really frustrates me, like beyond. Like, you should have compassion. You should be able to empathize with that situation. And even if she's wrong, but she's not wrong. Come on.
People are asking, so about the record, there won't be any recording of anything with jurors. So there won't be a recording of that. Last time when they did the viewing, there were people sending me pictures from the scene from a distance, none with jurors in them. So basically, somebody had sent me some pictures saying the bus is on the way and the Lexus is out here. So if nobody took any illegal or improper pictures, and had they done that, I wouldn't have ever looked at them or shown them. But nobody did anyways. So no, we're not going to get any serious footage from that, and that's not going to be.
No, they're not allowed to record it at all. So and the media has to stay way back.
Oh, the stream is muted. You're correct.
Is Canoni saying anything?
We're also able to follow.
Yeah, I apologize. It muted when I refreshed it.
Independent
No worries.
investigation into this case.
He's not in front of the mic though, so it's quiet.
Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Thank you.
That's where there's likely a juror lying. We know there was a couple last time.
Folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about.
and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes, you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. We have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later hear testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Yannetti. I have an office in Boston and in Deli. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. We've already received into evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. Just stand next to it. Just size it up. To take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
You could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary? That you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues. That you will keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, please. Jurors, follow me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So is the jury coming back to the courthouse after this, or are they just gone for the day? I think it's really strange how they're going to go and have a view in broad daylight in a different season, like it has any bearing on what it looked like that night at 5 a.m. in a blizzard. But it is what it is. There should be testimony after this. Do we know which witness is going to be coming in today?
Did I miss anything?
No, they just went out for the view. He gave a speech, and then the judge corrected him.
The judge correct. Well, what did he say wrong?
I don't know. Like, she just was like, just to reiterate, you're just there to look. So, I mean, I need to play it back and listen to what they both said.
Not a good look for the never good to be corrected in front of the jurors when you don't need to be.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it's just so weird that they're gonna. I mean, I don't know what value it really adds to look at the scene in broad daylight in the spring, because it has no bearing on what it looked like that night in a blizzard, pitch black. You know, you can't see the lighting, you can't see anything. So
I will
it's
say
just
this,
instant.
it helps to combat if they bring in microdots, ridiculous, misleading graphics again.
That should not be allowed.
I know, but I think that probably helped last time, honestly, because he makes it look like it's a well lit,
Yeah.
super flat,
perfectly flat during
right,
yeah,
small
it's crazy.
area, like, and the truth is that the front yard is quite large and it's not completely flat, and there are obstructions. So I think that part is good anyway.
Do you want me to replay?
The biggest thing,
I set it up to replay it. Do you want me to replay that, Matt? Okay. Or is it just boring? I didn't hear it. So just the jury instructions by the lawyers.
yeah, you can play it.
So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in.
As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. There are some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you to pay attention to the street, to the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that as you go. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same colors. Keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later get testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height from the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there's a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to look at that.
Interesting.
Thank you very much.
Interesting.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Tianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that what caused the headwind?
Good morning.
Or anyone?
As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Unetti. I have an office in Boston and in Deli. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received in evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. To stand next to it. To size it up. To take it in. You were all selected as jurors because parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look. Okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
If you could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will
Oh, yeah,
take the
she's
jury
sick of the
upon the
shit.
premises in question and there suffer them to view the same?
I think Hank missed an opportunity there because someone brought it up recently and it's like nobody saw him on the front lawn, right? But when you're coming up from the left side of the house, he's even more concealed because the bushes are there, the trees are there, and he should have instructed the jurors to walk up from the left side as if Karen was in the car. And I think that was a missed opportunity because you can't see anything until you're past the fire hydrant, right? Because it's all concealed by the bushes.
Yes.
And Karen was already screaming, there he is, there he is.
What did you guys, so it's when this first came into my mind, actually was the first time I went to Canton and drove to the crime scene. And just coincidentally. And as we were driving away, I think we were on Cedar Crest Street. I looked at a black and a dark SUV parked on the road. It was not a Lexus, but it had this thing overhanging the top of the roof that I now know is called the spoiler. And I looked at that and I said, at the time, could that have caused the gash on the head? And other people since this many times have also had the same thought. And really, I think Kara in particular, Kara's very observant, one of our regulars here. And she has always wondered if the spoiler, and this is the first time we heard somebody officially mention it. He didn't use the word spoiler, but that's what he's referring to, Hank Brennan. Any thoughts on that, guys?
I've always considered that as the injury because, the three parts of the car that are sticking out, it's the spoiler, the taillight, and the bumper. And those are the three parts of his body that have injuries. So I've always thought potentially the spoiler caused the head injury. I mean, coming fast enough, it's a little plastic piece, but coming fast enough, solid enough, I think, it could have hit him without causing damage to the car.
Kate? Oh, no, is Kate here? Oh.
No, I'm here. I'm trying to mute up because, it gets a little hectic when I'm home.
I was looking around. I saw the guy in the chef's hat or something like, wait a minute, who's this?
This is my buddy Brian Berea in his
Jesus.
in his
Jackass.
tinfoil hat.
Yeah. Oh, it's a tinfoil hat. I couldn't tell my
It's a
thumbnail.
tinfoil hat. Yeah. I try to, when I can't have my camera on, I try to keep it fresh with the avatars. But I can see that. I really am interested to see Welcher's presentation because I feel like that's going to end a lot of speculation.
Mm-hmm. So the interesting thing I thought about that too is that this would suggest two things that injured John's head, if that was the case: the spoiler, and then a subsequent injury, probably the one that caused the brain injury when his head struck the ground. And And another reason I find this interesting, so I had an idea. I was talking, there's a woman named Carla that doesn't comment in here, but she follows. She's a sociologist from Texas, and she is scheduled to do a presentation about the Karen Reed case, an academic presentation in Chicago. Her interest, her field of expertise is racial issues. And so that's what her presentation is about. So we had a really good conversation, and her husband is a physician. And so she's dragging him into interest in the case. And you know how everybody here knows how it can suck you in.
Yep.
And so she's got him looking at the injuries. And when it occurred to me for the first time, just talking to her, was so John's injuries that caused the raccoon eyes was very similar to like CTE with football players. It's not the impact, it's the rattling around of the brain within the skull that really does the most damage. And so when John's head struck the ground, you would get what's the word for hemorrhaging? You get hemorrhaging on the back, but also on the front of the brain as it strikes the skull. And what I wondered at the time when we were talking about that was, could there be also, and I don't even know if this would be visible in the autopsy, but if there was also hemorrhaging on the sides, that would possibly suggest from the impact, even at the time when I was thinking about it, even if the vehicle didn't strike John in the head, but just like with a football player, if you got the contact to the elbow and then into the body, and it's enough to throw him 15 feet back, which it clearly did. Now you get this, you're going to get that rattling around of the brain because he's been thrown 15 feet at high speed by a large object. And so I wondered if you could find that in the pathology, if you could find evidence of hemorrhaging on the side. And I don't know, because when the brain expanded from all the bleeding, he got hemorrhaging all around. So it may be not possible to find that anyways. But sorry about the long thought on this, but this just adds to that. Could there have been there could have been two causes of brain hemorrhaging there? Any thoughts on that, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a medical expert, so I don't know, but
right.
I mean, I can see that.
That is speculation for me.
Yeah.
I put you guys on the spot.
Well, no,
I mean,
it's
I
just
think.
yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's tough. Like, I feel like one thing that I respect about Matt, and I feel like is like, I don't like the speculation, right? Because it can just take you in too many directions. I like to look at like what I can see and what I can know. I haven't done any research. And even if I did do research, I'm not a doctor. There's a reason that, oh my God, that it takes, 6 years of school to become a doctor. So I don't know. I think like common sense wise, yeah, if you're being hit by something, you're going to have some sort of injury or, impact. And I don't mean like physical impact, but like it's going to impact your health somehow. That first initial impact with the vehicle, right? And then the ground. So I'm sure that I'm sure it caused some sort of injury, but without being a doctor, I just don't know.
So someone named Jenna Tolles, who I don't know, says she is a doctor, and then I'm wrong. That's okay. Good. Thank you for that. And someone else tried to say, oh, Kevin's a doctor now. No, I didn't make this diagnosis. I didn't assert this as a fact. I asked it as a question. I don't understand how people don't understand the difference of that. This is why you parse words. When a lie is unintentional, it's not a lie. You have to think deeply. It's not really that deep to think about the meaning of these things. We're all speculating on all of this stuff, everything to do with this case that none of us has any expertise in. Okay. We are not medical people. We're not accident reconstructionists. We're not lawyers. None of us are. So we do our best to get a little.
I'm going to press X to doubt on Jenna. Honestly, she doesn't.
I know.
Analyze her words properly, and she's.
I don't think a doctor would just say that.
Yeah, and not just that, but it's 9:50 a.m. East Coast. Like, what are you doing right now, Jenna? Where are your patients?
So yeah, to me, I just ask questions. I don't have a problem with being wrong. You guys know I'm wrong a lot. Yes, but if you don't engage in this process of asking questions, you have no chance of getting answers. But when you ask questions, you eventually get answers. That's what I've done since day one on this process, in this case or any case. And I'm not going to change that. So sorry.
I mean, that's how you solve crimes, right? You throw out theories, you test them, and eventually you can rule out certain things, and that's how you get to the answer. So yeah, you're supposed to ask questions, you're supposed to test them. And the Free Karen Reed side has never tested any of the evidence on one side, and it's very obvious because you wouldn't be where you are.
Oh my God, so true. They don't ask questions. They don't ask questions on anything that doesn't, from both sides, to try to see if they're everything is. And listen, to be somewhat fair to them, this is true in politics and in many other things. Is confirmation bias. You're trying to only see things that fits your theory, but it's just, you have to ask better questions. I know me and Matt have been doing this since day one on this, and this is why we flipped. I'm not saying Kate doesn't do it on this particular case. Kate has been consistent since first seeing it. But
I went through my own process when I looked into it. To be fair, I just didn't do it publicly because I like to be careful with what I say in public. Well, I like to be as factual and reasonable as, but yeah, maybe not careful, but I don't like to just spurt bullshit. But I try to keep things at a real surface level. But is this plausible or not? Is it plausible that getting hit by a vehicle would cause a massive head injury? Yes.
Right.
Okay, so we've checked that box. So, and of course, the inverse as well. Is it plausible that this man was mauled by a dog that was later buried in a swimming pool at a separate address? No. And that's kind of, so I mean, I did ask questions for myself, and especially because I would be approaching this with a bias. And again, like consistency. I'm not just saying this now. I've said this from the very beginning, back when I was writing with Turtle Boy. I bet I could pull up articles where I explain my process. If I start with a bias, I try to prove myself wrong first, right? Like I want to challenge my own. And with this case, it just didn't take very long because everything is consistent. It's plausible that what the state said happened. It doesn't mean that I can say 100%, right in the beginning that it did, but it's plausible. And then, conversely, the conspiracy theory was not. And that's where I start. Yeah. So it's not like I never questioned anything. I didn't just jump in head first, be like, oh, this bitch is guilty.
Right.
But I mean, the vast majority of criminal defendants are. So.
I mean, this is a big part of the approach that I take in the book and explain is that, hey, I'm ignorant. I am not an accident reconstructionist. I've never done an autopsy. I don't know any of this shit. And so I'm just trying to ask logic questions that eventually narrow things down and get you to the truth and try to weigh things from every side. So this person who said she's a doctor, is that the way a doctor would answer the question? Now, maybe it's just short on chat, but saying, no, Kevin is wrong. Well, what is he wrong about? What are you saying? Are you saying that the injury that, like Kate just said, being struck by a large, fast-moving vehicle, are you saying that wouldn't cause a head injury or couldn't cause a head injury? I doubt that she's saying that, but she's not clear in her words. So the only question that really could be answered is could you tell in an autopsy anything about how many impacts there were or what the first impact was? I don't know, because we see that once, if I understood, what was that doctor's name? She with the skull on her tat, the one that analyzed the head. I forgot.
Renee
Stonebridge. I thought she was kind of an interesting character. But she explained, if I understood it right, you get the original injury and you get the hemorrhaging that leads to swelling, but because it's entrapped in the skull, that leads to more hemorrhaging, and eventually that's why you get that hemorrhaging and that raccoon eye look. Did I understand that right, Matt? Is that what's your medical knowledge tell you?
And I mean, because I've watched other cases like this, and like the medical stuff, I'm just like, I mean, I guess I trust them. Like, if you guys have ever watched The Staircase, it's on Netflix or on Hulu. It's like this big thing where the guy, like, the woman was found at the bottom of the stairs, his wife, but there was like blood all up and down the walls, and like her injuries were like strange. It looked like she had multiple impacts. So he was arrested for murder. And, the medical experts were arguing, well, she could have like hit a few stairs on the way down. There was no like it was just very, I don't even know which side, like listening to both sides of the medical experts. I'm like, it's very complex because there's certain things missing from both sides. And so like, to me, in that case, it was just a wash. And, but I haven't really heard anything from a medical expert in this case where they're like, oh yeah, he was beaten. Like, I haven't heard that at all. So it's not even like there's both sides. Like, it's speculation from people on the internet that are saying he was beaten. Like, I have not heard a medical explanation for that at all.
Yeah.
So
and actually, not to jump in, but if there's very few areas that I have some expertise in, that kind of, unfortunately, is one, being in fights, seeing fights, being around fights, and John was not in a fight. If he was in a fight, he was only hit on the back of the head, and he never fought back, because there are no signs of being in a fight on his hands. There are really no signs on his face. There's no split lip, no broken nose, no gashes in the eyes. There are 2 minor scratches, And so they try to say, well, could that have been caused by a fight? Yeah, that also could have been caused by standing too close to an exploding volcano. Could have been caused by a million things. The doctor couldn't say no that it couldn't be, but if you actually were punched in the face, you would have a lot more injuries than those 2 scratches. So I can tell you for certain that John was, if he was in a fight, he never saw it coming and never had time to fight back. I am 100% certain of that. And that
And
doesn't
that's why
require
it's in the
medical
face
knowledge.
of their theory, right? Because you hear the lawyers go, well, I just think it went too far. It was a fight that went too far. No, if you're immediately incapacitated by a blow to the back of the head, that's intentional. They're trying to do some real damage to you. That's not just like some words are exchanged and a fight pops off, which is their entire theory, which also doesn't make a lot of sense. And there's no scratch on Brian Albert, Colin Albert, none of that. And, not just, I know they would point to the knuckles, but I mean, like, you're ridiculous if you think that a fight breaks out and John's not getting at least a swing or two in. Like, come on.
Right.
First of all, the knuckles came later. But anyway, I wanted to comment on the medical piece because, I mean, that is my background. I was a tactical medic for years. I keep up my certification. Right. I'm nationally certified. I just finished my 60-hour of classes again. And raccoon eyes are specifically from in a detail you recognize when somebody has a cracked skull. This is not anything that is new or guessed at. It's a fact. It's something you look for. In fact, I believe at least on one test I've taken at one point or another, this is an actual question regarding what do you see when you see that raccoon eyes? What can you anticipate in terms of your area of treatment? Cracked skull. So, that's just facts.
So I guess 2 questions on that, Jen. I forgot about your medical training. So would you see, or from what your knowledge of John's injuries are, did you see any indications of him being in a fight where he maybe fought back or something? And 2, back to my question that was probably something a little bit more harder to answer, but maybe you've stumbled upon this somewhere in your medical with another case or something. Is it possible, at least theoretically, that you could have told if when they did the autopsy how many blows there might have been to the head, that from looking at the brain injury?
So I'm trying to think back of an autopsy I've been to in this case where, again, in this case, the mandible was cracked. But you had a similar situation with that effect on the bleeding and on the face. Essentially, a doctor could answer that question better, but in my experience, and I actually posted a video, and maybe you could post this on Twitter, of what happens when your skull ricochets back and it hits and implodes on the back of the skull and causes a crack. And typically that's only one blow. In terms of a fight, I mean, just look at his hands, the bruising that the FKR folks have tried to show. That's where the IV went in, folks. That is on the back of the hand in the venous area there. It has nothing to do with the knuckles. There's nothing that anyone can see from the photos we've observed that would indicate a fight, both to the layman and certainly me as a medic. If I came on site, an EMT, if I come on site and see him presenting that way, the presentation is a cracked skull.
I'm gonna find your video.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I posted it again, actually, having this argument with somebody when I was offline.
Was this from a live or a video show that you did?
It's on my Twitter. Let me tell you.
It's not on your. You didn't put it on your YouTube at all, or?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
It specifically shows the ricochet back of the skull. Can you put it from a Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I just think it's interesting how there's so many people that, this has just got caught on and been pushed out through PR. But Jodi Arias was saying that there was someone else inside the house, another woman that did it, that she saw it. All of these people. Diane Downs was saying some stranger pulled her over and shot her kids. Laurie Daybell, I don't even know what the hell she's trying to say. But all of these people always say someone else did it. And the overwhelming evidence and common sense all point to the same person. Karen Reed just has a PR campaign and a bunch of puppets that are like echoing whatever she says. So like the public is very confused in this case. And that's the only difference.
And of course, as Jen's heard many times, I'm sure Kate has too, you guys have, if you can't go after the facts and the evidence in a case, you go after the investigators. And so, you know, in the investigation, and that's definitely what they're doing here.
Kevin, I'm texting this to you so you don't have to hunt.
Okay, yeah, I'm hunting.
I
You can tell.
think this will take me 2 seconds.
Can you send it on Twitter? Actually, it'd be easier for me to connect to it that way.
Yes, I could send it on Twitter. Go.
And I think the Bowden defense is a little bit more effective when you have a case where there's no real physical evidence. Because I think to like the Sean Jenkins case, right? That one that got overturned because of Timothy Bradle. And you know, that was an easy overturn in light of in light of them not being able to employ that Bowden defense because there was no real physical evidence that connected him to the crime, right? Like that's not the case for Karen Reed.
The one you sent me is only 9 seconds. Is that the one you want me to show? Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Nice and quick. I like quick videos.
it's like a clip from that Hank puts in.
Yep. Quick and to the point. Warn your audience that it's violent. But this is, in my estimation, what happened to the head when he was thrown back. And you really need to see the violence of it to get it. Watch.
Okay, let's play that again.
Not the initial whack.
Right.
Right here.
Yep. Did he die?
No. He's clinging. He's clinging to life.
He almost hits his head on that phone thing too, but not very hard. But he does hit it. So there are actually 3 blows to the head. That second one probably wouldn't cause injury, but there are 3 blows.
Yeah, that's last. That's significant, obviously, and then that is very significant.
But I mean, you see how after the whack on the head, he hits the front of the head too. Now, probably not enough to cause an injury, but maybe enough to make a scuff mark on his forehead. See?
And even like he bounces a little bit, so his head probably hits the ground twice. The second one is not as impactful. But John O'Keefe at 24 miles an hour probably, jumped a couple of feet when he bounced on the ground.
And the important thing about that bouncing is that it's not just the double hit on the head from the ground, but that the brain is rattling around inside and becoming injured against the skull.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what happens with football players. Thank you, Jen.
You're welcome.
Maybe we are medical experts.
But that's the thing, and I think it was Matt that said, yeah, you were talking about another case, and when you're looking at both sides on contrary sides, you're not getting that neutral opinion down the middle, and that's something that is missing 99% of the time in this case, and it's been frustrating to me since day one. I can usually never find it anywhere on court TV or anything where you have an expert that comes in that is not already chosen a side, and you want to just look at a piece of evidence objectively by itself, not connected to the rest of the case and your other opinions on it, whether it's the dog bites or whatever. And you want to know what are the possibilities here? Like when I look at dog bite evidence, I want to look at just that. I don't want to look, at least when I'm first looking at it, I don't want to look about whether the clothing was buried in the pool or any of the other things. I just want to know, are those dog bites? And I want to know, and I know that I can't tell, so I want an expert to tell me. And you don't have any neutral experts. You got experts that have chosen a side. It's hard,
Right. Even Dr. Sheridan, though, the guy that they had on last time, was saying those were impact abrasions or they were friction injuries. And then he's like, well, could be dog bites, but he didn't seem very confident that he believed they were dog bites. And so that was like their own expert. And I don't think he's coming back this time, but I mean, now they have Garrett Wing that's saying those are lacerations. And Dr. Russell also said that they were abrasions. So it's like, are they really going to have these conflicting experts say that certain things are lacerations and abrasions? Because Garrett Wing, his entire thing with Melanie Little is those are lacerations. That's what happens. But not a single medical expert ever has said that those are lacerations. So how is he going to testify that those are dog bites without looking like an idiot? I mean, you have to be a fool to believe any of this stuff. Like, I mean, it's just so obvious that they are, manipulating this. Like Richard Green is just, you can just tell that he's a slime ball. Look
and
at
I think
him.
one thing that maybe we have to remember here, this is my opinion anyways. I've been saying this for months. Really, I've been saying it with certainty ever since that Boston Globe article came out and that video they did, which I think is connected to David Yannetti. And he recognized me saying that on Twitter, but didn't deny it. He just made a joke about, oh, that David Yannetti guy is pretty powerful. Their strategy is not an acquittal strategy. Maybe it was the first time, I don't know, but this time it's definitely not. They have no hope. They know what the evidence is stacked against them, and you can see that in the way they're handling the case. Their strategy is a hung jury strategy, and then argue that the state is not going to have a third trial. That's their strategy. And so they're not trying to convince 12 jurors of something. They're trying to convince one or two jurors that are already leaning this way of something. So they've laid the groundwork by manipulating through the media and social media, where hundreds of people probably went into jury duty that day that were leaning towards Karen, towards believing Karen. And pretty good chance that one or two got through. And all you've got to do, if you're the defense and that's your goal, is to fortify those one or two. You're speaking just to them. Give them a little bit of ammo to be able to support their position and fortify them for the fight that'll come where they have to stand there and hold out, because that's what they need to do, is hold out against the other jurors. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
Yep, definitely. I don't think that they're going for an acquittal at all, because I think that, and we saw it last time, most people have common sense. And I heard yesterday that one of the jurors' mouths dropped when they played Karen mocking Peggy O'Keefe. So, I mean, I don't know. They probably do have one or two people on the jury. I don't believe that the jury members are all, because this is such a big case. Like, I don't believe that they're completely not seeing anything about this case. Like, how can you not? Especially in that area. Like, how can you not? Everybody's talking about it. It's on social media. It's everywhere. It's on the news every night. Like, I don't know.
Someone just shared a video. Heather just shared a different Heather than we have a lot of Heathers. I won't say her last name because she may not want us to know that, but she shared another video of someone who has the raccoon eye effect. I guess this is a famous person that I've never heard of, but
oh, I remember that. She was saying, she was on stage saying she got the vaccine and she was fine, and she passed out on stage.
Doing not well, bitch.
Oh, wow. Who is this person? Heather McDonald.
Comedian.
Well, that makes sense now.
That makes
I mean, honestly, it's so common that like early on when his black
I'll tell
eyes were in controversy, I have a friend who was a cheerleader in high school, and she was like, yeah, one time I fell off of, when they were holding her up or whatever, I was a flyer and I had raccoon eyes from it. It's like, it's super common knowledge.
Actually, it was Nancy that sent me that. I saw Heather, but that was actually Heather was the person who had the black eyes. Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can get. So I had a broken nose before and I had two black eyes. Like, I didn't get hit in the eye. So it's like the black eyes don't mean the injury is getting punched or, anything to do with damage to the eye.
I've had that before in my line of work. Your nose breaks,
Sure.
you get those two black eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It
I
takes
also
a couple of days.
to mention back to your comment, Kevin, about the strategy. The other strategy that's really changed is not trying to make a conspiracy that really involves all these agencies and as many people, right? They've already said, what did Reed comment? We don't like reruns in terms of the opening statement. I think that they are really just trying to double down on Proctor. They're going to try to make the
Mm.
whole thing surrounded by his actions and inadequacies. They're going to blame everything that happened on him. I think they've shifted from, because it was so ridiculous, and they see how that was received by anyone logical.
I have a one-word retort. I'll make this quick to the Proctor argument. And I wanted them to ask me this on Court TV because they asked some of the other guests and then they went to commercial and changed the subject. The simple one-word antidote, rebuttal to the word Proctor is timeline. It's that simple. I don't know
Right.
Michael Proctor, right? So especially starting out this case, I don't give anybody the benefit of the doubt. It's rare, but there are incidents. It's not that rare that there are incidents where police plant evidence. But when you look at the timeline, there was no opportunity for Michael Proctor or any of the police to plant evidence. There was no. They didn't have access to the vehicle until it was too late. So timeline destroys that whole argument.
The problem is with FKR, they will not look at the facts that you're referencing when it comes to anything. They literally won't look at a timeline to see the impossibility. They were flooding. They have been flooding my Twitter like I've never seen before. I mean, the bots and the people, and I look and they have 0 followers and 0, and they started today, right? Their accounts.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable. Their stance right now.
Yeah, I don't think that anything will change their mind. I mean, I think that it's just they want something to be true and that they're going to believe it. They're going to say butt dials. They're going to say bloody knuckles. They don't care if it's already been proven, disproven, whatever. But I mean, I think that what Hank's doing here, though, with showing these clips of Karen is that he's establishing that she really is a whack job before they pull out Proctor's text. So the jury knows, oh, he had a reason to think these things about her, you know? And I think that's what Hank Brennan's trying to do.
I think that's an added benefit. It really softens the blow of those texts because I mean, especially they got in that, mocking Mrs. O'Keefe clip. Like by the time that Proctor rolls in, it would be like, I mean, Proctor was right. She is a C word.
Well, I do agree, Matt, and I really like that you said that because they're getting ready to hear some really nasty things that Proctor said, and you just have to wonder if that's rolling around in the heads of any of these jurors at this point after seeing a lot of this so far. And we're not done. They haven't even heard the psycho voicemails.
Right. And I wish that they would hear Karen's messages like about Carrie Roberts calling her a CUNT. I don't know if that will come in, but those were between Natalie and Turtle Boy. I don't know if they'll be able to get them in, but Karen is saying these things about the victim's family. So, I mean, they might not get to hear that, but it would be good if they could hear that before they hear Proctor's, because I think Proctor had a reason. Karen is just, trolling people that are grieving. Like, it's very different.
I had actually put in my mock opening, and Hank's opening was brilliant, but I wish he had adopted this. Julie, when I was on the Julie Grant show the other morning, and she said she thought she agreed with the fact that she liked that the fact that Hank Brennan didn't mention anything about the conspiracy to it. I half agree in that I don't think that he should have went into the details of it in the way that Adam Lally did and become obsessed with rebutting it. But I do think he should have prepared. The jury was going to hear a conspiracy theory, and at least to some degree, from Alan Jackson, right? They knew they were going to do that. So you have to at least prepare the jury for that. And you knew they were going to focus on Proctor. So in my mock opening, I addressed that with the timeline and say, you're going to hear a lot of stuff, but just remember the timeline, and go look at that. And you'll see there was no way that, and I think rational people look at that way. And I just want to address one thing real quickly too. So we get an impression that most of the Karen Read people will never change their mind. The ones that do change their mind, and I think there are a lot of them out there, or at least that are open to it, are quiet. So we don't see them, but they're watching and they're listening. The outspoken ones, they're not going to change their mind. But the quiet ones, a lot of them will. But it's tricky. So I always try to keep an open line to it. And I had this guy reach out to me a couple weeks ago, maybe a week ago. I'm not going to say his name. He was reasonable, seemed like a nice guy. He opened a discussion, and I said yes. But now I'm only so open. Like, now he's like, you don't seem to be open to possibilities on this. You're firm that the GPS shows that that John didn't go in the house and things like that. I'm like, yeah, I'm not really open. I'm open to interpretation on some parts of this case. What did Karen know? When did she know it? What did she intend? Stuff like that. But other things are just too rock solid and the logic is too airtight. And so he's suggesting that that's bias on my part. I'm like, no, it's not bias because I've looked at this for 2 years and had all of these arguments for 2 years from so many different sides that you can't be. I'm not open minded on the possibility that 9/11 was a conspiracy. I'm not. And I'm not apologizing for that. I've seen enough evidence. I'm not open-minded to the idea that OJ Simpson is innocent. I am not open to that. I've seen a mountain of evidence. All right. So it's not reasonable. So I am basically certain that OJ Simpson, for all logical and reasonable intensive points, he killed Nicole and Ron. So, but there are other things that I may be open to. I believe that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, but I'm open to arguments on it. It's so you don't have to be open to everything once you've seen enough evidence. So I'm open to civil discussion with these people, but he's suggesting that I'm biased and I can't see through, and that's crazy. I'm gonna have to take another medical call, guys. If anybody can.
I keep opening up my Discord to these people. And like, I mean, if I usually, I've done it once and I can do it again at any point, like stream it. And it's completely anonymous because it's through Discord. So you can use whatever username you want. I take it a step further and I stream with streamer mode enabled. So like your usernames are redacted. And you could come and argue this with a crew and, humiliate us or whatever think you're going to do. They never do it. So I feel like the argument really isn't that strong because they're fine snipping away in comments, but they don't want to actually have a conversation or debate. So there's that, which kind of kills the strength of your position, honestly. If you're not willing to say it with your chest, then it's probably not that strong. You certainly aren't. I will never ever on my this isn't my channel, obviously it's Kevin's. I don't block them on mine. I know Kevin is pretty judicious in that. Obviously, Jen, you're pretty good about that. I'm just like I am sort of a free speech absolutist, so I just let people say pretty much whatever they want on my channel within reason. I'm a lot more cavalier about people saying things about me than other people that aren't there, because it's my channel, but I'm pretty free and loose with what I let people say.
Free and loose. It's a free for all on your channel, which again, how wonderful that you have that view and that stance. For me, I can't suffer fools. I really can't. There's a point at which
I have a line. I do have a line. There, when I see things come in that are really just abusive and nasty about people who aren't me, that aren't there to defend themselves, that haven't opened themselves up to that necessarily, I tend to block that. I don't like racial slurs, so I don't allow that, and I don't like any sort of let's share addresses, phone numbers of people or anything. I'll block or time out for that. But yeah, I mean, everybody has a line, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I have freely really within the past 6 months, probably, I have freely let the information flow other than if you just come on and call somebody a C word. I mean, what does that add to the conversation? So
right.
As long as you're adding to the conversation, even if it's, doesn't make sense, come on, and I do want to provide a platform where people feel completely comfortable and I don't allow people to jump on them. I just hide those, responses. But I wanted to touch base, Kate, about the experts because we're getting into expert land coming up. And I just wanted to say when it comes to experts, I truly believe that jurors cancel them out for the most part. First of all, oftentimes their testimony is so detailed and technical that they just lose half the jurors. And a long time ago, I learned when it comes to public speaking, the audience remembers about 10% of what you say, if you're lucky. So 90%, no one is ever going to remember. And when it comes to technical details, I think that that's far reduced, although I've never seen any statistics on it. My point is that they cancel each other out, but the reason you have to have one to go against the other, if you don't, you're conceding to that expert opinion back in the jury room. So I think they're going to cancel each other out. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like it depends on the one thing that makes me feel good about the Commonwealth experts is it seems like they have a lot of visual aids and demonstrations. And I feel like if you can show people, that goes a long way.
Oh, so true. So true. But remember, in the first trial, the prosecution just didn't do that. I love what they're doing in this trial. And hopefully, their new expert is going to literally show John O'Keefe when he's hit, what that acceleration does to him, and have a model to show how the arm was injured, the glasses. That's what I'm hoping for, Kate.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot better, and more thorough. And I think, being able to tie everything together, that's what I think their accident reconstructionist is going to be able to do, is just kind of tie everything together.
Yeah, that's what, in my view, even the people that can see what happened, they want it explained that this was a car that hit, especially because ARCA went on there. And again, with only having a small amount of information, which was really what they created, not using the information that was available, right? Which is one thing an expert can never do. It's funny because sometimes attorneys, I think, just, save money and things. They say, well, listen, what about if we just send you basically what we think is important? And I said, no, I want everything. I want every body worn camera footage. And it's not because of the time I want to spend on it. It's because there's nuggets there. And how can you give an expert opinion when you have half the picture? You can't. And that's what ARCA did. And that's why from the beginning, I had no respect for them.
Oh, sorry. I stepped away for another call. It's a lot of scheduling kind of stuff going on.
Yeah.
What do you think they're going to do with ARCA? Sorry about that.
Oh, no. So was there something new on that I just missed, or?
We were talking about experts, and I was saying they cancel each other out essentially, but you have to have one to go against the other, or else it looks like you concede. And Kate brought up the perfect point that, well, if they can have visuals, that can stick with the jury, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah. So is ARCA trying to present visuals?
No.
As of right now, no. But Aperture has, it sounds like, a quite detailed presentation.
Yeah. Right.
With visual aids, PowerPoints, things like that. And I feel like they're, really tying everything together.
Some of what Alessi said was possibly valid. Some of it was not. So the defense obviously needs adequate time if they're going to get this new testing from Aperture, a truly outstanding, qualified accident reconstruction company, just as ARCA is, and they would need time to respond to it. And he seemed to make it seem like, well, we've only had a few weeks, but that's a little bit of an exaggeration. So, because I think they were given, Kate, you can correct me on this, but it was like the first week of February, they were, or maybe even January, but I think it was the first week of February that the state turned over everything. They got the presentation from Aperture. Now they've had some issues, like where the defense had some complaints, so there were adjustments on it during those couple of months. But they had the basic. I don't think there was any new testing that was done after that. So the defense has basically had since February to start preparing for this. Do you agree with that, or?
I mean, as of right now, they've done no new testing. They're kind of arguing over whether or not they can. Well, use it anyway.
Yeah, it has to be done by
know.
Monday. So.
I didn't understand it that way. I understood that ARCA was testing, but they had until the deadline to get those results in for review, and didn't do it. And because of that, I don't think Judge Cannoni is going to let it in.
She'll possibly let in anything that's turned in by this Monday, I think, or because she said by the end of the weekend, right, or Sunday. I mean, the judge is frustrated with this, but she's gonna give them as much. This is a person on trial for murder, so she's gonna give her as much leeway as she can, no matter how she may feel about certain things. And then obviously she doesn't want to be reversed on appeal. So they're gonna give Arca as much latitude as needed.
Well, she's
Friday by
giving
4.
them
Joe said Friday by 4. Joe, our moderator, said it has to be turned in by Friday at 4. I don't know. What do you guys? But go ahead.
I think they're giving Arca enough rope to hang themselves. This voir dire is going to be key. I mean, it really, really is. As I've said before, if that were me, with all that's happened, I would decline. I don't care how much you wanted to pay me. I would decline being an expert for them. At that point, they've already raised their hand and said, no, we didn't have communications. No, we weren't paid. No, we just, you know what I mean? They are in trouble, I think. And I think Judge Canoni wants to get that instilled. I still believe that there will be sanctions after this trial.
Yeah. It's kind of an interesting spot too. And I don't know if you've seen this before, Jen. So, Arca, just thinking about their professional reputation, and I don't know how, and maybe this won't damage them, even if they do say turns out to be absurd, because maybe some defense teams will say that's what we want, someone that's willing to say anything to help their client. But the other point of view is that they're damaging their own professional reputation by arguing something that is really not consistent with the evidence. Now, they could argue that it's consistent with the evidence that we had at the time, but I don't think they can make that now, because they're going to be looking at the aperture report, which not only will have the text stream data, but will have all the other stuff, John's DNA found in the taillight housing, the hair, and all the tests that they ran. So is Arca, Dr. Wolf does seem to me, you shouldn't read it, but he seems like one of those dig your heels in kind of guys, because he's very arrogant, doesn't want to admit that he was ever wrong. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Well, at the end of your report, and they did this too, you always write in, subject to learning new information, words to this effect, I can change my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And you do that caveat just because of instances like this, that more information you might be made aware of.
Right,
and this
right.
is the perfect out for him and for them.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. And remember how malleable we are finding out they apparently were, right? We know about
Yeah.
a script. We know that they were told, listen, you may not want to mention this. I'm just paraphrasing here. Or he asked, do you want me to say this, or will this? That is not how it works. I promise people. It just doesn't work like that for a legitimate expert to be asking what parts of their expert opinion that they will and won't say. It's just strictly facts.
Kate, somebody emailed me this morning, hadn't had this discussion in a long time, about the key cycle stuff. Apparently she was embroiled in an argument on Reddit. Do you have any thought? This is probably not something you've considered for a while, but if you have, do you have any thoughts on the key cycle stuff? Kate could be wrestling with the dogs at the moment, so she has a puppy.
Yes, yeah, she could be wrestling.
Jen, do you have any pets?
I do. I have the most amazing dog. I call it mine, but I'm actually, I'm not going to say the word grandma. Let me use the word noni. I'm the noni to this dog because my son in college, all the guys on the football team decided they would rescue a dog.
Oh.
Then they realized how difficult it is to raise an animal properly. It's like a child. And of course, my son's has his pilot license now. He's getting his other commercial certification and works full time. So he's so busy. So fortunately, I get to have his dog almost 24/7, almost every day. He comes and visits. And I just love this dog. It's a beagle. And we are bonded. So,
Beagles are really cool.
oh my
They're
God,
really.
this dog is so quirky and fun.
I used to have a basset hound once upon a time, a long time ago, a female, and yeah, definitely you bond with those animals. They are definitely built for that.
I'm a dog lover too. I have to say,
Yeah.
I'm just such a dog lover. After I was attacked when I was young, um, actually a boyfriend at the time gave me a pit bull,
Mhm.
and a Staffordshire Terrier to be very precise.
Mhm.
And that dog, yeah, I bottle fed that dog. It was weaned way too early from the mother, and we were so united and entrenched. And he ran. I was a huge runner. He ran everywhere I ran, and really provided so much protection. I think it was great. So yeah, always been a dog lover. Raised with German shepherds. So the Chloe issue.
Did you see any bites?
I'm no dog expert, but I tell you, that was the first and only real direct interaction with Melanie Little. I had been going on court TV with Vinny for quite some time at the point that Vinny invited her to come on. And I'll never forget it when she said, well, I looked at the pictures and they're dog bites. And I said, since when did you become a dog bite expert? I thought you were an attorney.
Yeah.
I said there are going to be people with much more experience with dog bites, more than I have and more than you have, that are going to opine on this. And that's pretty much the last time I ever spoke with her. And then she decided to become a FKR and moved right along.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. So my impression of Dr. Wolf is that, especially, he seems to have developed an unusually close relationship with Alan Jackson. Looks like 99 texts. We know about the emails. He's trying to help prepare Alan Jackson for possible lines of inquiry by Adam Lally. Have you ever done that? Have you ever had a relationship with that with any of your clients that you're testifying for?
The relationship I have with my clients is so minimal. I mean, there's almost no discussion. And I've worked, primarily in the federal system, but also in the state and also for individuals.
Mhm.
I've worked about 50-50, half on the prosecution side and half on the defense side. If I believe in the case, that's my litmus test. I don't care whether it's the defense side or the prosecutor side.
Mhm.
So, but it's so minimal. You initially get hired, they send you all of the discovery, you review that, you put a report
Mhm.
together, and you
Mhm.
may never even have 1 ounce of communication until you
Mm.
tender the report. So no, my relationship with my clients is very minimal.
So seeing this with Dr. Wolf, are you shocked, surprised, just not
Shocked.
something, shocked? That's strong.
It's just, I mean,
Interesting.
150. I can tell you, in all my years of doing this, uh, you could add up all my text messages, and it might be 10 with all my clients. And that's usually uh, maybe something like, give me a call. I'm missing the
Yeah.
background of what they did at the police academy or something like that.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
mean, this is unheard of in the legitimate expert realm in my
In your experience, yeah.
in my experience. And I work with a company. I have my individual practice, but then I also work for a company that has multiple experts, and these experts do not handle themselves this way. And that's probably why they're not under contract anymore. Arca meaning.
Have you had any discussions with other experts who testify, the former FBI agents or whatever, about Dr. Wolf? Did they have the same feeling? Have you had any talks about this?
Oh, such a good question. I haven't specifically pointed out him. I haven't talked about him. I think what he's done and, what's happened in this case speaks for itself. And I am not one, as everybody knows, not one every once in a while. I'm human and I'll put out a little tweet that might be, you know, a little where I give my opinion on something like that. Typically, I keep to myself. I let people dig their own graves when they do something wrong.
Mm. um, so I do like to speculate, but that's just how my brain works. I try to look at possible explanations, but I'd say that I'm speculating. That would be not to start a feud, but that would be say the difference between me and Grant Smith Ellis. I think I finally got his name right. He doesn't seem to know the difference between speculation and theory and reality. And I like to make clear, but I am speculating. So when I look at something like, why is Dr. Wolf, if let's assume that you're correct, that he's acting a little bit unusual here and developing this close connection to Karen Reed's defense team. What are the possible reasons for that? Number one on my list would be that this is a huge case. This is a case that's in the public eye. And let's just face it, that does draw a different level of attention. Now everybody becomes a player on the stage, so it's just kind of more natural to develop those kind of connections. But we should look for other possibilities too. Is it have anything possibly to do with his relationship with the U.S. Attorney's Office? Was there anything, and again, highly speculative, but did the U.S. Attorney's Office really indicate to them what they wanted? And federal government is a big client of ARCA. They do a lot of also other work with them. So I don't know. What do you think?
I've had my biggest cases have obviously been with the federal government. When I say my biggest, the most important, the ones that I've had to work on the longest, the ones where my reports are 60 pages long. And I can tell you at no point did I ever feel, that I had to say something or go in one direction or another. They were always, and actually all my clients have impressed on me. We just want your opinion, please. And they don't even have to tell me that, but maybe they had to tell other experts that. And I always tell them that's what you're getting, for good or bad. And I have a client right now that they had hoped to hire me to support their client. And I said, I went through everything. I said, listen, I just can't. This is for XYZ. And they hired me anyway. And I'm currently working for them to help, for instance, with questioning and with understanding the case. So I'm still working for them. So when you do things right, it's not that you're closing the door, you're actually opening it. I just had another client that I completely turned down. There's absolutely no way I can support. And he said, and we laughed about him using the word Rolodex. He said, you are permanently in my Rolodex, because that's the kind of expert I want. People who are going to be honest and tell the truth. We will call you for another case. That's what you're talking about in this industry. And to me, they've just shattered what an expert should be about. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, that means a lot. That's really interesting to know. So you think, would it be fair to say that this is, and again, we're speculating, but that the primary reason of this unusual relationship is because of the high profile nature of this case?
Gosh, I tell you, I don't think I'd ever want to be in a high profile case like this because of the, just because of the trolls and the evisceration that people like to get involved in. But so in other words, I would think if I ever were involved in a case like this as an expert, I would want to even be more careful.
Yeah, but I think
careful than I ever could be.
I think people often, I'm like a very, find the simplest answer, find the simplest motivation. And, again, I hate speculating, but I would guess the more that I look at this case, the more that I think that a lot of the odd things that came of it, the FBI involvement, ARCA, all that, Marie Russell, it all is the high profile of this case, right? Because everybody wants to make a name for themselves. Everybody wants to grab a headline. Everybody involved has a vested interest in doing so, including the federal government. I think that, to a certain extent, and I don't mean any disrespect by this, but a lot of these 3-letter agencies, they're serving a couple of interests. And it's not that I don't think that justice and rule of law isn't one of them, but another is to, assist in creating headlines and you creating the narrative around the federal government. And I think that we had a liberal administration here, Rollins, Levy, Biden appointees. And I think that there's a really negative narrative out about the police still. And I think that the federal government, to some extent, has a vested interest in separating that from a little bit and going, look, guys, we're doing something about it. This is, this is not America. We're going to police our own. And I think that they were overzealous to capture that with this lead that they got. And that explains everything that kind of goes down the pipeline there is, we know from Rachel Rollins that, yes, her office was very driven by headlines. And I think that anytime that they bag a cop doing something corrupt, it just creates more distance between that and the federal government. It tells, tells the public we're listening to you and we are addressing, your concerns. And I don't necessarily think that's always true. And I think sometimes that can breed more corruption in, the quest to look less corrupt.
Very, very, very well said.
It still doesn't answer the question, why in the world have they done what they've done in this case? And I would submit that this is how they handle their expert testimony, that it's pliable, that this is how they interact with their clients. That's what I think. And there's many out there that do.
And that, in some ways, so it has a possible two-thing effect. So that could damage your professional reputation in some parts of the world. But if your defense team's looking to hire people, maybe it enhances it. You're like, these guys will work with us. They'll do everything they can to go to bat for us, including fudge their testimony even a little bit. So they'll buy in.
True. So true, Kevin.
Yeah. So Heather thinks that her best guess is that this might not resume until after lunch. What do you guys think?
Probably. I don't think they're going to get a ton of testimony in today. I think they'll probably do the view. I mean, the bus got there, about 30 minutes ago?
I think they said they've already left, that the view's over, that the Lexus was towed. That's what I'm seeing in chat.
If there's going to be any testimony, it's going to be, I think, soon, because they had scheduled this for a half day. And then at some point, I think that the judge did say, can we get in a couple witnesses or something? So I don't know what's been decided on that, but the jurors were told that this was going to be a half day. So I don't think there'll be any after lunch testimony.
Right.
Yeah. And remember, Brennan accidentally didn't have enough witnesses there. Obviously, he thought there would be more questioning and that it wouldn't roll as quickly. And it breezed by yesterday. It went so quick. And Garino, he read so fast. Did anybody feel that? Not only was he monotone, which I understand that the court, I think, wanted him to be more monotone, but man, it went by quickly. So because they got she said they weren't overall behind, but I heard her say something like, let's get in a couple of witnesses. Of course, she could say, change your mind.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. And I don't know, none of us are lawyers, but you guys probably have a little bit more better understanding of the law for me, no doubt. It also could be something where I think I don't know what the rule is. Like, so if a witness is scheduled to testify and they don't show up, what happens to that witness? Is there some risk of that witness now being excluded? I don't know. And if that's the case, the prosecutor might take the fall and say, it's my fault. I made a scheduling mistake in order to avoid happening. Again, total speculation. I'm not a lawyer. So is that probably crazy?
You mean what happens if for some reason a witness doesn't show up?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to tell you, it's so difficult for these attorneys to be able to figure out exactly when they're going to put witnesses on. And between sidebars and breaks and things like that. It happens all the time. Sometimes you get ahead of schedule. Sometimes witnesses sit there forever and wait and wait, and then they say, sorry, it's not going to be till the next day or two. So this is very, actually pretty normal. What a prosecutor usually will do, though, is have a slew of them there that likely won't testify. But I get the feeling that Brennan's trying to be very judicious and not put the witnesses out. That's the feeling I get.
I mentioned in chat the other day, and Kate, you can jump in anytime on this. I know you're dealing with dogs and stuff like that, so I can't tell when you're here. So feel free to just jump in and anytime. If I see, like, if Jen stops and I don't hear anything, I'm like, okay, I got to say something. I mentioned the other day in chat that I think Lally is going to become a much more seasoned lawyer just from sitting next to Hank Brennan through this trial. I think Lally does a lot of things well and is a smart guy. But I think you get a whole different perspective when you're a defense lawyer. These guys have to handle things a very different way. Lally's got always got multiple cases going at the same time. A defense lawyer really focuses in on every aspect of a case. And so I think Lally's going to be a really good lawyer, a much improved lawyer at this. And I'm not saying he's a bad lawyer. I think he did a lot of things well. What do you guys think on that?
I think he was forged in the fire of this case, like just in general. I think probably his first experience made him a better lawyer, right? Because that's you don't learn from success as much as you learn from failure. And I'm remiss to even call it a failure because she was not acquitted, but you definitely, I think your missteps are usually your best lessons.
True. And most jurors voted. None of the jurors seem to have bought into the conspiracy theory, even the acquittal votes. And that seemed Lowry's focus was debunking the conspiracy theory, and I think he did do a good job of that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Look, the defense is not using that anymore, at least it's going to be to a lesser degree and really revolve around Proctor. It wasn't in their opening like it was before. So I think that was one. But back to Lally. I think Lally did a great job. And in any normal situation, he would have probably won, without all the drama and the circus that was happening. And I think what was likely a jury nullification situation. But Lally's a great attorney. That's what I think. He just has a different style than Brennan. Brennan is so masterful and so good. By the way, I tried to look yesterday, and I want to ask our audience, or if you guys know, I could only find that Brennan was born in Ireland. I didn't
know that. I did not know that. Wow.
Could not find what law school he attended. I know he teaches at Suffolk. I could not find where his JD is found. It's nowhere on his paperwork, his bios, anything. It's nowhere. So if anybody has found it, I only spent about 15 minutes on it. I would love to know where he got his degree.
Kate, were you able to find out anything more of interest on this Ingrid person? I forget her last name. I was just starting to try to look into it when all of a sudden I had a reaction.
Like she was so she's in Atlanta. She was a high school friend of Karen's. She's the one who structured the low interest personal loan for her to pay, I believe it was Yannetti. So I would assume that what are in the text are some sort of statements, possibly admissions, something that, I think she says in the documentary that she had tried to call or text her best friend. And I think that probably changes by the day for Karen Reed. Not that she has a ton to choose from, but it sounds like she may have reached out to Ingrid and there's something in there.
Brandon says he was born in Ireland.
Yeah, he was. Definitely. But I can't find his college. And usually in 15 minutes, if I have 15 minutes, I can usually find more than what I found. And I want to find something that should be quite transparent. Where in the world did you go to undergrad and where did you get your law degree?
Sorry about the sometimes I have a little difficulty speaking today. So I had a reaction to the radiation and to other stuff going on that creates, if every time if I take a sip of something, but I have to hydrate, so I have to keep taking it, it causes this reflex problem. So it causes a brief period where I can't speak. So Maureen says that Brennan has an expert per se, a doctor, I believe, testifying today.
I think it's the extrapolation, the blood alcohol.
Oh,
okay.
yes, they did talk about that yesterday.
That guy was not a doctor, the one that testified last year, but that guy really knew his shit. That guy was one of the most articulate witnesses. I don't remember his name. He was a black guy. He was
I think they have
really,
a sub. I think that's the one where they had to substitute someone in. I think that
Okay.
might be the expert that wasn't, or the witness that wasn't available, so they're getting somebody else. It
Oh.
could be. I think that was him though. I'm sure it'll
yeah.
be fine. I mean, if there's one
Yeah.
thing that they will have nailed down by the close of today, it's that she was intoxicated. Like that's pretty much a done deal.
It's so funny. Everybody's talking about the different places, Harvard, Princeton, Suffolk. He does teach at Suffolk, but I couldn't find that he graduated from there. I love that everybody's looking into it.
My grandfather was born in Ireland,
Wow.
and he came over here. Oh God, what year was it? 1916 or something like that. And he was 16. He had to come here. He was too young. He wasn't involved in any violence, but he was running messages for the rebels. Got on a British list and had to come over, and stayed here. And he lived to be 90 and had the Irish brogue till the day he died. And other relatives that would come and visit pretty frequently that I would see in Lawrence, Massachusetts, when they were together, I couldn't understand a word they were saying because they'd speak with the brogue and speak very fast. And I'm like, oh, I don't understand these guys. When they talk to each other, it was amazing.
Your family's from the Worcester area, right?
No, I had no
Oh.
family in the Worcester area. I went to college in the Worcester area. That's the Worcester
Okay.
connection. I went to Clark University and worked at a bar. I started working at a bar called the Blarney Stone there right before like the end of my junior year, and didn't really enjoy the corporate world. So I moved back, bartended there, became the manager, then owned a bar in Worcester. So I was in Worcester 20 years, but that's my connect. I loved Worcester, the people, and made a lot of great friends there, especially in the neighborhood of the bar that I originally worked for a number of years, the Blarney Stone. They were really a lot of great.
My mother's from Southbridge, but the Worcester area sort of Irish Catholic family through and through. She went to Holy Cross, and then later on she went to Trinity. Actually,
Yeah, I think my
Irish. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just
Please.
saying I found it so interesting. This cute, everyone in this area seems to be Irish, which is wonderful.
Yeah, there was a lot of immigration at one point settled here, even down to Yarmouth. There's a certain on the Cape. There's a certain degree of Irish on the Cape.
A lot of people that retired from
fishermen, would come in. That was always a connection from us to Ireland was the coast there. So,
the old Cape Codders, the people that like their families have been on the Cape for generations. They're a different breed. They're a very very unique breed.
I know that's all I ever dated. Really, my family was technically kind of a wash ashore. I was born there, but we don't go generations back at all. But yeah, all I grew up with and pretty much all I dated were like, old Cape Cod names.
Mm-hmm. And they know how to grow vegetables in the sand. They have some, because they've been there so many generations. Jimbo said, shout out to Lawrence that he is in Haverhill. So my grandfather, actually the first place that he lived once he emigrated here, he ended up in Haverhill. So Haverhill's very close to Lawrence. And that's one of those ones that if you're writing a book, you have to, if you have words like that in there, you have to tell the narrator, it's not Haverhill. Worcester is not Worcester. We have a lot of weird words. Jen, where's your family originally from, if you know your roots?
Oh, I know my roots. It's interesting. I was adopted as an infant. So I was raised by a family in the Midwest, farmers, rural.
Mhm.
And then
Mhm.
when I became an FBI agent and I decided, I felt like I was finished with school and everything. And I thought, you know what? I need to find my biological mom and dad just because I really, you want to know. Once you
Mhm.
know that you're sort of established, you want to know. And I
I
know
can
everybody
imagine. Yeah.
different adoptive experience. But anyway, I was so lucky. I took off 2 weeks and I found this amazing book for anybody in the audience that might be adopted and thinking about looking for your parents. It's called How to Find Anyone Anywhere, but it particularly has a section that focuses on adoption. And this book was amazing. They're actually people who are experts, depending on where you're adopted from, that I could contact. So I found a person, contacted them, and they said, well, if you were adopted out of this particular location, which I was Las Cruces, New Mexico, I lived with nuns. I was cared for by nuns for months when I was little
Mhm.
before I was
Mhm.
adopted. I guess I must not have had a pretty baby face or something. And
Oh, no, you know it's
so
not that.
they took
It's
me
young
for a
young
while.
parents going through something,
Yeah,
It's
no, it's fine. No, I just meant, spending all that time
yeah.
with the nuns. So in any event, I ended up finding both of them, and they're amazing. I have an amazing relationship with my father, a good relationship with my mom, great relationships with all my biological siblings. I found all of them. It's just been amazing. My grandfather, so my mom and dad, I'm first generation here, US.
Mhm.
So everybody is either Mexican or Spain, from Spain, the Canary Islands.
Oh, interesting. So we picking up a little chatter in the background. I have it on the Law and Crime Network because they have a camera outside the courthouse, and they're probably just picking up some people. I can't. Let me see if the volume is fully up. They're probably just people that aren't speaking into the mic, but the mic is picking up. Yeah, that's all it is. So
Really quick,
don't
Kevin,
worry.
not to
Yeah.
backtrack too much, but also great grandma American Indian. Have to, and
Oh,
so that indigenous word, she's gone now, but my mother were Apache, and I'm only a 16th. But
that's awesome. That's about 100 times more than Elizabeth Warren. But I've done probably most people by now have done the ancestry.com type thing or 23andMe where you find your roots. And I wish I found more exotic things in there, like Native American or Ashkenazi Jews and stuff like that. But I was 100% Anglo white world, so Ireland, parts of England and Scotland, and a little bit on the French coast, but same genetic type population. So I didn't get enough diversity. Thus the pale skin, which does tan in sunlight. I'm one of I have some people have the Irish skin that doesn't tan. They just burn no matter what. I think my sister might be like that, but I do tan if I get out in the sun. Testimony will resume after the jury view. So we expect some let's see. Scheduling.
I wanted to address one of the questions in chat because I feel like I might be able to address this, is about the bruising, and it really comes
Good.
down to his body was 80.1 degrees. He was covered in snow. It just slows down the circulation, certainly, of all those open wounds, like the open head wounds. Everyone knows if you get a cut or something happens to your face, it's so vascular, you bleed. Sometimes you clear the blood and you look and it's a minor scratch, right? And it
Yeah.
looks you've just been pelted. So it's very vascular, but those open wounds are going to, in that type of a climate, it's going to slow down the bleeding that takes place.
So what about the blood that we've heard talked about by now we've heard it talked about by Kerry too on under John's nostril?
Yes, again, from anytime you have a cracked skull, you're going to have your orifices in your face bleed. I mean, I've seen it out of the ears. You'll see it out of the nose. It's
Yeah,
really devastating to look at.
doesn't your nasal cavity pretty much go up to your brain?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all open to the brain and it fills and gushes. It's just horrible. See somebody with severe head trauma like that.
So Kerry didn't describe that as dried blood. Talk about that.
Well, I don't think she was very specific. She specifically said that it left the nostril and went down the side of the face.
Right.
But I didn't get her saying really that it was wet or dry, but
She
rather
didn't, yeah.
she could see the streak and the
Oh,
is it
I think he started bleeding a lot when they were trying CPR, and that would make sense because they are, artificially moving his heart. So it's
Yeah.
pumping blood, and that blood is then being pumped, because it's
Right.
all pooled in the head, gets pumped
Excellent
out
point.
through like the nasal cavities and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
Alba
and we
said that she said it was frozen, and that makes sense. I just remember her describing a line.
Right. Right. And you have moisture from the snow that makes it hard to dry out. And but I think Kate's explanation is excellent. And just to add to that, this blood was found. Well, Karen got blood on her hands, on her face, and her hair. I think Kerry described washing off blood from on her hands at the hospital, and there's blood famously found in the snow. So this clearly was blood that came up that was maybe locked inside and came out as part of the CPR and stuff like that when they were moving him. And this is something interesting too that I always noted from the blood in the snow. And people could try to put different interpretations on this. I thought it was great the way they combined the leaf blowing with the filming, because that gave you would never be able to find this out otherwise. You had a sense not just of where the blood was located, but at the depth that it was located. And what that kind of indicated to me was that that blood went into that snow at the time that John was rescued and moved. And then it continued to snow hard, so probably another couple inches. And then you have around 8:30 when they come out with the leaf blower. So does that make sense to you guys? That the blood. Somebody's saying my audio is chopping out. Is my audio chopping out?
No, you sound fine.
Oh, okay. Does that make sense though? So the blood dripped off John as part of this rescue effort and dripped off the women, and so it wasn't coagulated because of the reason Kate explained.
Yeah, you're always going to have transference for sure.
Yeah.
And they talked about how, blood was on Carrie's face, right? She was actually doing the mouth to mouth, I believe. No, she was doing the chest. No,
Yeah, Karen had blood on her face.
Karen had blood on her face.
And blood on her hands. Yeah. And I think that's just unfortunately what happens with CPR, especially where there's a brain bleed. And I mean, they found blood under the snow. So obviously he bled before, it's expiring, unfortunately. It's such an uncomfortable thing. I think that it all just makes sense to me. It almost becomes redundant. There's nothing here that stands out as oh my God, this is suspicious.
Right.
They found grass under his body. He was covered in snow. The blood was under the snow and had to be revealed by a snowblower. And there's no question because there's video of them doing it, right? So you see as the blood is being revealed, he was obviously there for a while. I think it's very bizarre that their new angle is going to be that he did not have hypothermia. So he couldn't have been out there that long because everything establishes that he was out there for a long time.
Mm-hmm. And it's important, and this is why it was, having Jen's medical expertise too. I had forgot about that. Is so important because that was a key factor of doubt for some people that there wasn't enough bruising. This is something that's brought up in trial. Was the lack of bruising due to the cold? Those are things that were not really answered very satisfactorily by the prosecution's witnesses last year. They have to do a better job of that to address those things, because it's on. I think there are natural explanations for it, but we didn't get them in a lot of cases. So, but you also do have to try to always look at things from both sides, if nothing else, to try to anticipate the questions you're going to get. So, could you try? If you're a free Karen Reed person, are you going to try to get another possible? So, for instance, Karen has talked about pulling the glass from John's nose and blood coming out. Now, we know that that's not realistic at all, but doesn't mean she's lying. She could have a false memory, that she's misinterpreting what she's seeing. But was there flowing blood potentially, even though he has been unconscious for many hours and doesn't have a pulse? I think you guys are giving good explanations for that. But are there multiple? Are there explanations that support Karen's side from that?
I don't think anybody really knows when his pulse stopped, and that's
right.
an important factor for when somebody could stop overtly bleeding. And again, a cracked skull is a closed wound oftentimes, but sometimes and we know there was a gash, you're going to bleed from there. And then we also talked about the orifices, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there would have been bleeding from the scratches and scrapes, abrasions, I think is what it was actually termed, the abrasions on his arm.
Right.
I mean, I would think that there'd be more bruising if he was beaten up, honestly, right? That would be the hallmark. You would see where he was punched in the face or wherever he was punched, and you don't have that. I don't know how it would change too, that it's a quick, really hard impact, but it's the theory that he's hit by a car, it's spread out, so you don't have like a fist just hitting you and that's where the bruise would be. This is like pretty much the length of his body, there's an impact, right? So does that change things as far as how?
Well, no, I wouldn't agree with that. The impact was focused on the arm. I don't think there's any other injuries except for a minor scratch on the knee.
Oh, I think he means the impact of him hitting the ground like that.
Right.
Video.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just in general. And I mean, yeah, the impact. So he kind of gets clipped at the arm, but I would assume, particularly with how he fell, that he didn't have his arm outstretched. I mean, that's the two theories that ARC attested, and it's like nobody ever said that. I think that realistically, he probably braced himself, which means that you're going to put your arm up and kind of draw it to the center of your mass instinctively, right?
Yeah. And the vehicle would have pushed it to the center of the mass, because the vehicle is not just striking, it's going through. She never braked. Right. So I think that's why you got the push that you got. And this was the confusion and the big problem in the first trial, is that nobody from the prosecution side ever demonstrated it that way. It doesn't seem that Trooper Paul had considered it that way. And I think the arm, he put it up, like Kate said, in a defensive posture, and then the car's coming through. The initial impact, we're talking microseconds here, splits off the cover of the taillight, so that now as the SUV pushes through, the now exposed housing is compressing onto the arm, creating those injuries, and the arm pushes into the midsection, and the vehicle is still in contact with the arm in the midsection. So the midsection the torso is being protected by the elbow, the arm to some degree, and the arm is being cushioned by the torso to some degree, so affecting the injuries. Again, I'm not a medic and not pretending to be one. That's my best explanation. Do you guys agree with that or disagree with that? Or
yeah, I agree. But
something had to push him. Something had to throw him 15 feet. That wouldn't happen just from hitting an extended arm. And that was the problem last year. So you get Alan Jackson. You saying he was spinning like a top, and Trooper Paul didn't really have an answer. And go ahead.
They've got to close the gap, to your point. That's what they've got to do. I'm not an accident reconstructionist. These people that do that are experts in this, have so much experience. They've seen so many. And the one thing I do know from working accidents or being at accidents, gosh, each one is different. I mean, you go up and you see, how in the world could this car look like this and this person be in this situation? The other day, when I say the other day now, it's been probably several months. I was driving back from the airport, and this was like 2 in the morning. And I'm driving, and I see a car completely head end crashed into the median, the big concrete median. And of
Yeah.
course, I parked because I'm an EMT. I mean, you can't just drive by the oath you take. So I run out and I go to that car. There's a dog in there and there's a man in there, and they are alive. And they are somehow in the back of this was like a SUV. They're in the back. They're both alive, but obviously very hurt and injured and unable to get out the man. The dog seemed fine. But my point is, I would have never guessed from that impact that would be what I would see. I was expecting him to be dead.
You know,
And
I would
this-
also
go ahead.
just point out too that 15 feet from the road is not that far. If he lays down, then he's already 6 feet 2 inches off the road. It's not that far to be pushed with the vehicle moving and then the force from hitting his mass, right? Like it's not like he flew 60 feet. That would be a little bit like, all right, that's weird.
Right.
How was he hit,
And that's
right?
and that's why Alan Jackson tried to exaggerate that by
Right.
focusing on the piece of taillight that was an outlier that was outside of the debris field, but it was found near the fire hydrant 3 weeks later. So we don't know how it got there. And there's always going to be outlier pieces. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's all. I just think that, like, really, I mean, 15 feet is, 2.5, 6 foot men. It's not that far off the roadway at all.
I just want to address Tyler Durden, our resident FKR today, and this is a respectful comment, so thank you, Tyler. The physics just don't match, Kevin. The car would have had to hit his mass and send him flying. But what I just described to you was the car hitting his mass. What I'm saying is he's got the arm out in a defensive position. We don't know if he had turned a little bit or something, but he's in some kind of position. And as the car is not just a simple moment of contact and then the car stops moving. No, that car is going through. So this contact is with him. It might only be for a couple of seconds, might even be only a second, but you have to break that out microsecond by microsecond because it's going at high speed. So if the car pushes the elbow into the torso, there is a fraction of time when the how many pounds this vehicle is in contact going 24 miles an hour with the elbow, which is in contact with center mass. So that's how you get the push. So do you reject that explanation, Tyler? I'm
And
expecting him
also-
to reject it, but go ahead.
Look at the hand dent. It might not be a hand dent, but look at that dent also that's on her vehicle.
Yeah.
And she describes it best multiple times. It could have been a glancing blow, basically. I don't think anybody thinks he was hit full on in the middle of the vehicle. That is not what the evidence shows. But I think we also need to be patient and watch what the expert reconstructionist that's going to come on board says and see if that lines up with the evidence.
And just to take on this next question, that neither his elbow or his shoulder were dislocated. John was not x-rayed as part of the autopsy. So the only kind of fractures that were going to be found were is this correct, Jen? Compound fractures. So you actually have something you could feel with your fingers.
Right.
But
Yep.
would that be correct terminology? Compound fractures, or is
Yes.
that all right?
Where
Okay.
you can feel them. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can feel the
Right. I suspect if they X-ray, and they typically don't X-ray in most parts of the U.S. in autopsies, but I suspect if they had, they would have found plenty of small fractures. Do you guys agree with that, or?
I do. And you don't do x-rays at anybody who's been to an autopsy. They don't x-ray. I mean, you cut them open, you weigh all the organs, you collect tissue. They make initial findings right away, by the way. And as an investigator, you're right in there with them because you want to know initial findings. Doc, are we looking at an accident? Are we looking at a homicide? What are you thinking here? What do you think caused this? And they're going to give you initial findings that never hit a report for a long time, because you need to figure out, how your investigation, how that affects your investigation. An actual good point about this is in the Sandra Birchmore case. Remember, that medical examiner said it was a suicide and said she hung herself. I mean, that really curtailed what a lot of the, the investigation.
And graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, and any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
What did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology. The CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC, or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out if they're normal. If they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe a patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see, one, if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning specifically for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches which the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Caldwell, proceed to introduce in the minutes the next two exhibits.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Exhibit 36.
Excuse me. Thank you. Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and every hospital should have the same policy where we use a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So
When were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
it was before my time.
So fair to say
Actually,
prior to January 29th, 2022?
correct.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing. And it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA, and 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency. And then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and times. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room, so it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. The centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
Huge process. What happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested, so that technologists will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
So R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach Ron?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you another series of documents. Again, if you could just look at that and look up on your phone. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Miss Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. Admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? No objection. All right, thank you. Exhibit 37.
Your Honor, may I return to the document?
Yes.
And doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thanks. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
You'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court. Correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what I went when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, doctor. Thank
Okay,
you. I'll
all right.
ask some additional questions
Okay.
to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive. It's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to the Headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this, maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do, we take the patient's sample, and it's based on, we add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there. And what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light in this physics and looks at 340 nanometers. and it's pretty accurate. It will monitor. It will tell you, give you it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is icterus, which is high bilirubin. And the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia that can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous, make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. That's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid. That can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, Doctor. I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hemat.
Yeah.
If I could just
go ahead and ask your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid or LDH actually forms NADH. Right?
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's.
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which.
Can you do that again and slow down, please?
Sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
Objection.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't, no.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has, it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, and slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. And it hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
every we have you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have pretty exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon, sir. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
A little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
Oh, I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct?
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training.
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
department, sorry.
Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic.
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate to both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations.
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to the
engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley.
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time. So he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're unseen first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant, who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who's in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and firefighter Whitley.
So you and firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
I mean, each patient's different. Depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative?
Just gonna do a quick
asked her
switch
name,
so we can see Karen.
Her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal.
Hold on 1 second.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call.
This feed's about a minute behind, so we wouldn't miss anything, and we will see Karen's reaction.
The nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said in jest because of the events that she went through. So she was, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection. Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection. I'll allow that. It came in.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. But that's what she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I apologize if we missed much. The feed that I switched over that has Karen on it is actually a little bit ahead of the Court TV food, so it's possible we missed the key question there, and I apologize for that.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
And remind me, you were in ambulance two?
I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door?
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there?
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it's more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well?
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are 2 females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just 2 of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
I not at the time. I did not.
Okay. By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that to the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously, you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay, you jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did, so that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't indicate, you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma as best you were trained at the time? Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different, though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Ms. Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature?
Correct, for her, for the defendant. Some people don't have repetitive
Understood. I'm
speech.
just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure, yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital. I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation.
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But
That's what I was trying to get at.
couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we started transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You're aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there are certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call, we jot down notes on a notepad, just so, when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on.
Okay.
At the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words. It was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
were
I did.
in anger?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you're under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury was before. Yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
I have a projection here. I have a guess as to what's going to happen. I'm looking into the future. I suspect that we're going to spend 45 minutes badgering this man over whether or not he actually heard Karen Reed say that they got into a fight. And then there's going to be a clip of her talking about how they got into a fight. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
I would mention about that. I mean, how does he think this is making her look good? Okay, I am going to show my client lied for the purpose of getting her way, which was to be able to know.
Getting information about the victim, right? yeah.
What a good point.
Yeah. I mean, I just think this defense is a disaster. I don't understand I feel like this is the stuff that you just let them testify to. Like, what are you really trying to prove here? I mean, I feel like just let it go, and get to something else, because she said it. She's on Dateline saying she was angry with him that night. She was mad. And, they can play the clip. I hope they do eventually play the clip of where she's saying she was texting him and calling him, because we don't even have call log that shows that. So.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset and you were paraphrasing her. And one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details than
Say that
there was no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Sir, when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, or her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? You
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
Okay. And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m. Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No.
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes. Right.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So she
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Ooh, they keep opening the door. Now we get to see everything he said, which the defense doesn't want in, but he opened the door again.
So does anybody know if I accidentally, when I pulled that switch over to law and crime so we could get the Karen cam, did we miss anything? Did most importantly, did he testify that he also heard Karen say something about how long could somebody die last in the cold like that, surviving the cold.
I
Did
feel like he would have
miss-
been crossed on it, honestly, had he.
Okay, so he did not testify to that. Right.
I'm
I
wondering
don't
what
know
he's
for sure, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, yeah.
There's going to be something very interesting. Hank's trying to get in with the full statement, and they open the door.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
I think she called Carrie Roberts a CUNT.
Yes.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made that includes last words, but there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail? Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument? Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13? Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
So he really did a great job of exposing Jackson there's wordsmithing,
Yep.
because it was clear in the context of the full statement that it was a conversation. He used the word talk, that they were talking to each other, which is you don't talk to each other over a voicemail.
Yep. Can't have an argument over voicemail. So there's your murder too. Lock her up.
Yeah.
Take her away.
I would guess that by the end of today, the prosecution will have established, if you cut through all the noise and bullshit, 2 things. She was drunk and she was angry. And she was driving. There are 3 things actually, and that she was driving the car. So they're really hammering away at hitting these elements of the crime.
I just think it's great to watch how masterful Hank is. AJ is stepping into each trap he's setting. And it's really, I love to watch great lawyers like this.
And I have to say, I don't think that seems particularly hard. No, listen, he's made a lot of great moves, but things like that seem self-evident. So Alan Jackson goes up there and tries to basically distort it. And it seems to me that I could find 9 guys in any bar that could go up there and say, well, here's the full statement, So I'm not, that's not an attack on Hank. I've seen other aspects of it that I think are brilliant. So, but I don't want to overreact and think that every little obvious thing that any one of us could do is brilliant. That's just kind of normal. A lot of it wasn't done in the last trial, but
Well, I guess what I'm saying is just the fact that he called him again, because called him, it's in a sense redundant, right? I don't know if we're going to see all the medical workers, but he puts him up here because he does like this statement he makes, and AJ should have just passed on the witness, and this was happening. But he glued he set the bait.
I agree completely. I think he should have just let him go, let him say what he's going to say, and let him get off the stand. But now more is coming in because AJ fell into the trap.
And it's kind of like little too. You do not, as an attorney or as anyone, she knows enough just to be dangerous. And that was very evident. You don't want to take on somebody with his expertise when you know just a few nuggets about those experiments and everything that's done to determine blood alcohol. I think he just made Little look foolish. I don't know if you guys felt that or not.
Just welcome to Daniel from Drunken Turkeys of the DT show.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi, Daniel.
How you doing, Jen? Good seeing you.
I'm good seeing you. Well, yeah, good seeing you.
Yes, yes. It's very interesting so far. I didn't catch the first trial, but as a person that's catching the second one in its totality, I think it's pretty strong towards the prosecution. Yeah, I'm seeing a very strong prosecution case.
I did notice, and it could be unrelated to anything going on inside the courtroom. At the end of the last sidebar, Peg and Paul seemed upset about something, but it could have been just a memory they were having that they were sharing.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant,
There was.
and you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. All the friends are on Canton, and
Objection, Your Honor. And reproach.
Yes.
That's why I left us in the room.
I can't. I mean, the way that Jackson keeps popping up and down, it's like he's riding something. Like,
Good opportunity for a joke that I will refrain from.
This is a completely different defense this time. My God. They're finally on the defense.
Great point, Kate. It's such a different. I know, Daniel, you didn't watch the first trial, but for those of us that watched every second of the first trial, comparing it to this, it's literally night and day of who's steering the train and who's holding on for dear life.
It was so frustrating because we'd be sitting here like in chat screaming, ask this, say this, and it would just never get asked. And it was, I like, my fantasy was that I would have an earbud in Adam Lowy that I could just not abuse, but once in a while say, don't forget to do this. And I'm not even a lawyer. But that's what I say, some of this stuff is just so obvious and self-evident. But
The one thing that I think is amazing in this case is Karen Reed's own words. I know that wasn't a part of the first trial outside of, I think, the voicemails. I don't know if they played any interviews or not. I don't think so. I think a lot of them were taking place after the fact, but her own words being used against her is amazing. I am so shocked that she had her lawyers there with her and agreed to do those interviews. I don't see how they have any objection or any, ground to stand on when it comes to that, because if she went on those interviews with her lawyers, they were aware of, the gravity of the situation. They knew that I think at one point, maybe some of those interviews were being taken place during the last trial. And so I think that they assumed that it would have been over. But, those words that she says are just, they're digging that grave for her, when it comes to her case.
Well, I think too, Daniel, I don't know if you know this, but they had footage in the first trial that they've actually shown in this trial. It wasn't from the one that's recently been played, and they couldn't get it in. And this time Hank got it in.
Nice. I didn't know that. I did not know that. So far, this case, this trial has seen very. I mean, the defense they look bad. I mean, they're going after witnesses. They're being very hostile towards some of the witnesses for no apparent reason. In some places, asking some of the questions to clarify things. You know, as a person who's only watched this for the first time, it doesn't look very strong. I don't know if they had success in. You know, badgering the witnesses in the last trial, but in this one, the optics aren't there, at least for me.
Well, they had success, all right.
That's true. They didn't end up not getting a guilty one. I mean, it was a hung jury, so that's true.
I do want to add too, just that I thought Adam Lally did an excellent job with that witness that he questioned today. So we just have to remind ourselves that he was shouldering an awful lot in that first trial. Maybe a little too much weight on his shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was my, you know, at the time we went about the call as that we didn't, you know, think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. You know, we were there to support Karen and ultimately get to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event, like
traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very quickly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you. Thank you guys.
Is this a good
Roll
place
the clip.
to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to start. Why don't you call it in? So, as I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All rise for the court, please.
And I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Of course.
We need a sidebar cam with a mic. Obviously illegal, but that would be cool.
Yeah, defeats the purpose of sidebar, but I would assume that it might have something to do with ARCA.
Definitely a missed opportunity, though, not to show a clip right before they leave for the weekend.
Yeah.
Good point.
I don't know why he wouldn't. They have plenty of them where she said she was angry. You know, I'm just thinking of the date. I think it's Dateline. where she's like, yeah, I was angry that night. Like, okay.
The sea was angry that day, my friends. Jen. If you're listening, Jen just said she's a huge Seinfeld fan earlier.
Yes, the sea was angry that day. I remember the line well.
I thought they were going to bring up the voicemails when he started saying something to the effect of the argument being via voicemail. I was hoping to see that. Or hear
Well,
that.
I think that they don't want to bring it up now because they
Mhm.
say this isn't about that. This is about an argument they had one-on-one in that car, which led to this, not the voicemails later. I think the defense is trying to steer them toward that. I also think they're going to be kind of the coup de grace toward the end. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think and Kate would say this. This is the reason it's so important to try to underscore the possibility of an argument. Is the argument is key for the second degree, or at least part of the second degree, with this, where she put that in reverse in anger. Her foot didn't slip. There wasn't some kind of a neural impulse control issue related to her MS. So to the degree that they can show that maybe that was an act of anger, whether she intended to hit him or not doesn't really matter. But if she did that in anger, that's second degree.
I think it helps just explain why a little bit more. I think just generally speaking, I think what proves that it was an intentional act is the fact that she pulled it forward, had it in drive, put it in neutral, and then put it into reverse, right? And accelerated 75% to the ground. But I think that the anger helps explain why.
Is it 100% established, or was that a possible slip by Brennan that it was put in neutral? Did it just go to drive and then into reverse? Oh, I'm trying to remember now on the vehicle data. Did it actually go into
go
neutral?
straight from drive into reverse, right? You're like when you're switching it, it's neutral.
Yes, I agree.
So maybe it stops there for a second, but if you're doing it really seamless, okay. All right.
Yeah, just for a second.
Yeah.
Just en route to the reverse.
Right. En route to it. Okay.
Metal.
I think what that would show was that, you manually shifted the gear, that it wasn't not manually isn't like a standard, but that you're actually shifting the gear versus some sort of malfunction that might throw you into reverse without you changing it.
But there was no intentional stopping in the reverse, in the neutral position. I'm not sure what that would indicate, if you're revving the engine or if you're thinking or something, but she made the decision to go from drive to reverse. Right. That's all we know.
Yeah. I just wanted to comment. Great chat today. I enjoyed being in chat today. That was fun. A lot of great comments. Great job, Kevin, and leading, just especially when we had some dry moments. Just some interesting conversation. Talked about everything, Daniel, from dogs to heritage. We had just some lighter moments. Anytime you're talking about somebody getting murdered, it's always good to pepper in a few light subjects.
Yeah. I was watching. I've been tuning in all day. I just wasn't too far into the comment section. My little one, I take care of her during the day. She's asleep right now, so got an opportunity to come on here. What do you guys think about the fact that they took the jury out to Fairview with the Lexus? Given the conditions aren't the same or anything like that, do you think that's something that's going to work in favor of the prosecution or the defense?
I think Brennan, the prosecutor, did a good job of pointing out that what they're seeing is going to be very different. But, we do get a good sense of somewhat from Officer Saraf's dash cam video. Now, it's snowing hard in that video. It would not have been snowing hard at the time of the accident, if at all. It was either flurrying or nothing at that particular moment. But you do get a sense of how dark it was and hard to see at that scene. Even with the spotlight on, as Officer Saraf pulled up, he had his spotlight on. And Kerry had her engine still running and the lights on. But it's still, when you look over to that, where John is lying just past the flagpole, you really, and with the girls doing CPR, you really don't see him. You barely see him. So you see something there. You don't know what you're seeing. So it's very, very dark. But I think the jury will get that sense.
I think it does probably favor the defense, though, because the conditions, they're not seeing it at night. They're not seeing it during a blizzard. And so things seem a bit more clear. But also, if they walk it from that porch area or the driveway and try to look back over there, they're not going to see him. You know, we can see on the footage that if you look from where his body was back up toward, you can't see that middle door. So it makes sense that when they walked and they beelined toward their cars and it was slippery, as they talk about, hopefully they get that in again. They were looking down at their feet, making sure they didn't fall when they headed to the cars. In that blizzard, they weren't peering over in the lawn to see if there was anything there on the opposite side.
Does anybody want to take this on or address this? I think if we have to at least face the difficulty of driving back in a straight line in reverse for multiple seconds. We don't even actually know how long it was. Trooper Paul estimated, but he really can't tell because the vehicle data ends without Karen hitting the brakes. So we don't really know exactly what the distance is, but they're based on at the least of that limitation for those 5 seconds that picked up in reverse. He estimated, I think it was 60 to 70 feet, maybe 70 feet. But it's a pretty hard to do piece of driving to go in reverse for that distance at that speed and not lose control or steer off or something like that. Anybody want to address that?
I mean, I don't think she. Go ahead.
Those Lexus, they're made with like Toyota, right? And so Toyota have a differential in the rear end that allow you a limited slip differential, so that way if one of the wheels spins, the other one will catch on, and they'll be able to defer power to each of the wheels back and forth, so that way they don't slip. Even if it's not an all-wheel drive vehicle, that's how the rear ends are built on those. I used to work for Toyota a long time ago, and so I'm somewhat familiar with that. So I think that would have kept her in line. I'm sure her computers and stuff like that probably would have assisted her in her driving as well for that. But as far as not hitting the brakes, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I just have always thought that she just slammed her foot on the gas, and if she was going to lose control, she was going to lose control. Like, it just what happened. Like, she was going to hit whatever she was going to hit that was back there because she was just raging and slamming her foot down. I don't think there was any like stunt driving involved, and I think that her side tries to allude to that.
Matt, well said. I think the exact same. Raging, slammed it, went into reverse, and then quickly hit forward. I don't think it went a huge enough distance where she had to have really any driving skill. I think it just lined up and went straight back.
Mm-hmm.
And with that Toyota back end, the reason why it's important is because those things are designed to like, I had one. I had a Tundra, and it's a little bit different, but for the most part, it's all the same. But those things are designed to also be able to pull and bring in a boat in and out of water. And, you have wet conditions and things of that nature. A lot of people use two-wheel drive versus the four-wheel, regardless, putting it in the water. And so, yeah, I believe that car probably helped her stay in line as well. So that's one of the other reasons why she didn't lose control.
Someone in the chat just said something interesting. No music in her voicemails. I thought she was listening to you two, remember? But no music in the voicemails. Correct.
Yep. But she was blasting her music, and she knows that she was blasting her music because she had to turn it down in the morning. Right. She's a pathological liar.
That used to be for many years my favorite band, not like the last 5 or 6 albums, but U2. So I'm gonna have to switch again, guys. I'm gonna have to switch.
And I mean, I think Lexus also lowers the music when you're in reverse, but like, I don't know, what is she gonna say? She was never in reverse? Is that? But then how would you think you hit him? Like, she is. People that believe her are whacked. I mean, come on.
Always didn't hear any music in the car. Like, I mean, that the whole thing. And like, no one, you'd have to be a really, really classless individual to be blasting music at 12:15 in a residential area. Like, people don't, I mean, I'm not saying that she's not maybe she is that classless, but I want to throw her a bone and assume that in your 40s, you know better. You're not doing that. Nobody heard any music blasting from the car, right? You don't hear any in the voicemails. I think that's just a lie that she tells to try to cover up the fact that her car was probably alerting her that she was going to hit something, and maybe the alert came so quickly that she couldn't stop in time. Like, that's a possibility too. I don't think she intended to kill this guy, but I know that she intended to gun it in reverse while drunk, while he was standing behind it, that she probably knew pretty quickly that she had hit him, and she just took off and did nothing, right? So there you go. But I don't think her intention was to hit him.
And if she said, has she actually said that now that she remembers that she was playing U2? Is that another recovered memory? Like among many recovered memories, did she remember it? Her memory is that clear that she remembers what music she was playing.
The
And
clips yesterday, she doesn't say
did?
what
Okay.
kind of music, but in the clips yesterday, she says that her music was blasting, and that this is part of like how she. I can't remember the context. I'd have to go back and listen again. She brings it up and she goes, why she thought she could have hit him. That's one of the reasons that she gives is, well, it was snowing, and I had been drinking, and my music was blasting. I've been doing that since I was 16 years old, which again is indicative of a lie. That's a detail that nobody asked for, Karen. And then she goes a step further and goes, and I know my music was blasting because when I went in the morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down.
Yeah, it's
so she never mentioned U2. I just want to clarify that. Did she ever mention
Only
that?
in that one interview did she say U2, but I don't think it matters either way. I think it again, like, even just what was blasting on the stereo is a detail that nobody asked for, that I think she's interjecting to try to make it sound more believable. And so in the next time that she brings it up in that other clip, right, from the documentary, instead of U2 being the extraneous detail that she offers up that she's blasted her music when she's driving since she was 16 years old.
But I do think that she listened to U2 when she killed him. Like, I really do. Like, I think it's a detail that, because she disconnected his phone from the Bluetooth, I think she put her music on, went up forward, and whatever song it was, and she slammed the gas. And there's another case, Diane Downs killed her kids to Hungry Like the Wolf. So, I mean, it's a thing that people do.
I'm just saying
Good.
She's
I'm
not
trying to think of a U2 song that would work for that, but
She's also, purported to be married to him to serve a purpose, right? And now she's using the music as blasting to serve a purpose.
How about Under a Blood Red Sky?
Yeah, or Elevation, or Elevate, whatever it's called. You don't talk about. Yeah. I don't really like U2. I gotta be honest. I don't really understand why people do.
I never even knew about them until like we had, remember iPads or iPod, what are they? iPods? They downloaded YouTube to everybody's, I think it's called an iPod. The little music things way back in the day before your phones were so great. Yeah. And like YouTube went on every single one somehow. And that's the only time that I ever had it. And I was like, what the hell is this crap?
Thank you. She was like, U2 is my favorite band. I was like, you weird bitch.
No, but that was the time when U2 started sucking, when they started putting that stuff on iPad for free. They just ran out of creativity. So you got to go back to the first 5 or 6 albums, which you probably have to be my age, and you guys are not. So, but they were definitely the biggest rock band around in like the mid to late 80s. So, and like Hank Brennan, they were born in Ireland. Oh, Kate is so mad at me over this U2 issue she has left.
No, I didn't leave. That wasn't me. That was Jen that left, I think.
Oh, yeah. Jen left. Jen is so mad at me over this U2 issue.
Yeah, she's like, I can't support U2. I'm out.
I can't deal with
this. Just like a weird thing. But I mean, that's what she does. You can usually tell if she's telling a very important lie because she will add in like extra details that nobody asked for, that are just bizarre things to link together. And, I think she does it to try to create more detail because I guess, liars think that more detail means you're more credible, but
yes, excellent point.
Yeah.
That is how it works.
I think she heard the car beeping. I think maybe like, and I think again, like I don't think she intended to kill him. I think in her drunken, state, she probably maybe thought that she was getting close to something, and or that it was the fire hydrant or the curb, or maybe by the time that she realized that it was beeping, it was too late. She couldn't stop. That's when she stops and goes forward. But like she knew that she was going to hit something. There's no way that she didn't feel it, because I mean, you hit a pothole, you're gonna feel it. And she just drove off and hoped that it wasn't him or that he would get back up. And then after several hours of him not answering, no matter what kind of desperate bullshit she tried, she realizes that, oh shit, that was definitely him. And then at that point, should be when you call 911 and be like, hey, listen, I think my boyfriend might be injured, right? Like, go get him some help. But she didn't do that. And, all of that, I think, is that murder too.
Let me just take on, go ahead. I'm going to take on something from chat, but I'll do that. Go ahead, you go first.
I was just going to say, I think similarly, except I do think she meant to hit him. I don't think she realized the damage it was going to do, but I think she was pissed off at him. She wanted to knock him over. She wanted to knock the drink out of his hand. She wanted to show him something and pulled away. I think that she didn't realize how bad it was till she got back and looked at the damage to the car in the garage.
And when you have and if it's someone with impulse control issues like that, we may be not correct in putting something as specific as what she wanted. There may not be, maybe more vague than that. When you're in angry drunk mode like that, and you seriously lack impulse control, just but from the unique nature of your brain, it may be more fuzzy than an actual thought, but what I wanted to address was the key cycle issue, because this is kind of a big thing in Free Karen Reed land, and it's going to come up a lot, and somebody messaged me about it today. And the answer that I gave her is this: I do think Trooper Paul was mistaken about aspects of the key cycle issue. I don't know I kind of stopped exploring it at some point when I couldn't get answers out of Lexus text stream last year, and basically settled on this. And this is that I think the key thing that people have to understand, maybe I shouldn't use the word key, is that there is no way that anybody could have manufactured that key cycle that accurately shows this. The key thing you have to understand is the correlation between the vehicle data and John's cell phone data. And that correlation was not something that it doesn't seem like anybody was aware of in that first trial. Certainly Trooper Paul wasn't, because he never had John's vehicle data. That was Trooper Garino. I'm sorry, John's phone data. So Trooper Paul had the vehicle data. Trooper Garino has the phone data. And neither of those shared each other's reports. So nobody put together this correlation. It doesn't seem that Adam Lowy put it together either. So that correlation is the key here, though. And nobody on that side could have manufactured it, and they didn't manufacture it, because the correlation shows that the vehicle data shows there was a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest because they missed the turn onto Fairview. And we see that in the Waze and GPS data. She does a 3-point turn to correct this. 8 minutes and 4 seconds after that, now they're on Fairview, and we know what time that is within a few seconds, and we hope we'll have more accurate information from the new chip-off. We know that that's when the second triggered event is, when she kicks it in reverse at high speed. And 4 seconds into that event is when you have the telltale signs of a pedestrian strike. We know roughly what time that is. It's about 12:32, maybe 12:30. I would say 12:32, 10 seconds, 12 seconds. And just a few seconds after that is when John's phone moves for the very last time. And nobody knew about that really. None of those troopers knew about that. That's what verifies that. There's no way they could have manufactured that, and that's the key. So hopefully I've explained that well. Tyler, take that, please process it. If you're going to come in here and be on the other side, come in with an open mind.
Yeah, I think the aperture guy is going to tie it all together. And I don't know what they're going to allow. I know they didn't allow certain, but I think he is going to be the one that's going to look at all of the data, put it together. I hope that they are able to play the voicemails in the midst of explaining that data. Her phone, his phone, this is what's happening. This is where she was. Then she's connecting to Wi-Fi. That's going to spell it out beyond a reasonable doubt if they are allowed to do that. And I think that's what the defense has been fighting.
Oh, Jen is back. Hi, Jen. Or maybe that was an older message. No, that was recent. All right.
I think Aperture is going to be the testimony to watch. I think that's really going to where they take. I mean, they're just kind of laying a foundation. I feel like right now with the case, and they are definitely, you know, within this foundation, chugging along, establishing sort of Karen's state of mind. Right? She was drunk. She was angry. How, you know, what she said in the morning, the admissions and remorse that she expressed, and I think, you know, they'll start to lay out all of the forensic stuff probably next week. And then from there, Aperture, I think, is going to be what ties it all together.
Yeah. Jen is going to check up on her U2, they're saying in chat. And Victoria,
right.
Victoria, my friend Victoria is from Dublin. She says U2 is from her hometown of Dublin.
I think Aperture will probably be at the end too. I think he'll probably end with that.
Yeah. That would be the most sensible place to do it. Get that bulletproof. Let that be the last memory of the jury before when the prosecution rests. Good idea.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So anybody have anything else they want to talk about? We can, or we can call it a day. Enjoy the half day.
I'm gonna jump because I got some stuff I gotta do. But thanks for having me coming. I'll see you next week. I'm sure I'll talk to you in between.
Okay. Thank you, Kate. Great to see you. And great job yesterday. Thank you very much.
I'm going to jump off too. Thanks, guys. Have a
Okay.
good one.
Thanks, Matt. See you soon. Daniel, anything new going on with the Idaho case or anything?
I dropped my interview last night with Steve Gonsalves. That one's doing pretty well. If you guys haven't seen it, he breaks down a lot of new information. Talks about some new things in the Brian Koberger case that weren't known. We confirm a few things. I think it's a pretty good interview. It's about an hour and 43 minutes or so. Go check that out. But what's happening on Monday? What do you expect to happen Monday?
So we got
for
some
this
clarification from the judge. Monday morning, there will be witnesses. And then Monday afternoon, the court case will continue with the jury gone. There'll be a voir dire of the ARCA guys. So that's actually, I know voir dire sounds pretty boring, but this one is going to be electric. This might be the most electric part of the trial in some ways, or one of the more interesting ones.
This is when ARCA gets to they're doing their questions to ARCA, correct? Yep. What is your prediction right now? Do you think they're gonna testify, whether they're allowed, or whether you think they drop out?
I think they're going to be allowed to testify. I think the question is opening on new testing that ARCA has done. There's a chance that they may only be allowed to testify on their original conclusions. But I would say, since the prosecution has been allowed to bring in an accident reconstruction expert, Aperture, the judge is probably going to have a hard time in her own mind not allowing this. So she probably will allow, but those tests have to be completed by, I'm not sure. I've heard the end. I forget if it was I think it's the end of this weekend is the way I remember it. Before they testify anyways. But I do, and I've been predicting this for a while, for maybe since December. I believe, and this is a little bit of it, but Anonymous Mass Lawyer, who's doing an excellent analysis in his articles, he has said he's come around to agree with me on this, that they may they've already have the limitation everybody does, that they're now allowed to mention the existence of the federal investigation that happened. And I believe there's going to be a further limitation added where the defense will not allow to be presented ARCA as independent. They are defense witnesses. That's what I believe. But again, I'm not a lawyer. Jen, do you have any thoughts on that? Are you here?
Yeah, I think that voir dire is going to be much broader than a normal voir dire for an expert witness. Typically, it talks about their background and their ability to be experts, but that's not what's going to happen here. This is, I think, in large part going to be about the text messages, their involvement with the defense, what was previously brought out in terms of the lack of candor by the defense concerning them. And I think that that's what they're going to delve into, because remember, these ARCA witnesses lied on the stand when they were specifically asked about their relationship with the defense. So I know you're talking about this, new possible report, which Alan Jackson has spoken about, which I think is a part of this. But I see Judge Cannoni kind of doing a Hank Brennan here. She allowed this. Remember, they fought this tooth and nail to even have this voir dire, and she actually was kind of in their court at first, not anymore. And I think it's going to be very interesting. I see it as being broad. And I agree with you, Kevin. No way are they or were they independent.
Daniel, are you in a new studio?
Oh
Or is that a
no,
is that green screen?
I got a green screen. I
Okay,
forgot
all
to
right.
change it. I had my
It looks cool, but we actually liked the bulletin board. That looks pretty cool too. You with the
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I have that one. What did I do? I did a stream where I was playing my video game. I was racing. I have a sim rig, and I was doing some Gran Turismo, and so I put this background instead. I forgot to put my true crime one back on.
Oh, it's yeah. You look like you're in the space shuttle or something, or a Starship Enterprise space shuttle. Jen, one more question. And I don't know, Daniel, if you've been following the Delphi case, but there's been a lot of new stuff that's been released from the trial that is interesting, including interviews with Richard Allen by the police before he was charged, but in that period where he became a suspect. And in addition, also some prison interviews where he's on the phone basically confessing to his wife. Any of the new stuff that's come out, has this left any, do you have anything you want to talk about that on, Jen, or has it changed anything with you or left any impressions?
My biggest impression was the difference between how lucid, how adamant, how strong an interview that Richard Allen gave when he was interviewed initially. Compare that to how he spoke in these quote unquote confessions when he was incarcerated to his wife and to his mother. I mean, it's just really difficult to listen to. And of course, we all know he was subjected to drugs. He was, taken out of a normal world. Just imagine taking yourself out of your normal life and being put 24/7 in maximum security lockup before you're ever convicted, and all that would mean to you. 1 hour out in a prison situation, that would affect somebody immensely. And you can see what it did to his personality.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to go back and listen again. Maybe it's like part of it is of our expectations. So I was trying to listen for that, but I thought he sounded pretty much, he didn't sound deranged or unhinged in any way. So I don't know. I guess I'll have to go back and listen again. I guess it's all in maybe our expectations color what we hear and stuff, but I was trying to listen for that. And I didn't really hear that. Maybe your ear is better than mine.
Well, and
Daniel?
I'm not going to say deranged or unhinged at all. What I mean is defeated, lack of emotion, absolute monotone type voice. And when he said the words, basically, I don't want to have you go through anything. I don't want to, I want this to stop for you all. I'm just going to say what they want me to say. Words to that effect. Listen to that interview and tell me what you think. That was the initial quote unquote confession to Kathy.
See, for me, I thought that was somewhat of a escalation to his confession. He started off with, I didn't do it. And to me, when he sits with his wife, he's like, I didn't do this, I couldn't do this. And not necessarily him denying it to her, just kind of saying, I couldn't have done this. And then as time progresses, it seems like he doesn't want his wife to know what it is that he had done. And so he's like, I'm going to go tell them what they want to hear, but it's not true. It's not true. And then slowly it starts to fall apart to, hey, you know what? I actually did do this. And I think that throughout that entire time, it shows to me like him clawing away at her, not ripping the Band-Aid completely off, kind of doing it slowly. So that way he doesn't lose the only person that he's probably dependent on. I think the more telling thing that was also released were some images of the vehicle that was traveling in front of the Hoosier Harvard store. And it looks like a pretty good indication of a Focus hatchback there to me.
Very surprisingly clear picture. Yeah.
And so,
and I guess and my understanding is too, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, but there were no other vehicles, or definitely not. I don't think there were any other vehicles in the town, is what came out, that were matched that color and make.
Yeah, I think there was very few. And I think there was some images of his vehicle at the CVS store and of at the time. And I think it was another creator, Gray Hughes. He was on my channel once. He did a composite and put a 2016. I guess he purchased it off of like Google Earth or whatever. And from the angle of where that camera that Hoosier Harvard store is, he was able to put the I guess a visual computer representation of that. And he had purchased the 2016 Ford Focus, and he put it on the roadway and matched it the direction that it was traveling. And when you did a transparency deal where you minimized it and you showed the actual image, I mean, it was almost identical. And so to me, I mean, it was very, very compelling that vehicle definitely is something that matches his. Now, I don't know, like you mentioned, there's only a few of them in that area. I would assume so. It sounds like that area that he was a part of was very rural. You know, I think the nearest big city was maybe an hour or so away. So, yeah, I mean, very, very well likely.
I want to pose a question to you, Jen, that uses the Delphi case as an example, but then calls back on your experience in FBI training. And I'm not, did you ever work as an FBI trainer too, Jen, or just obviously experience a lot of FBI training?
Yes, I trained in certain areas, specifically in SWAT, the law enforcement training for street survival, specifically training other law enforcement officers, and then firearms instruction on the side for the FBI, meaning I was a part of those programs as I call them extracurricular.
And so obviously when you're training, when you're creating something that's educational, you have to generalize things. And in the real world, things are less general. At the very least, there's a lot of specific, and in some ways, every situation is unique. So in the Delphi case, one of the things to me, it always struck out to me, and I did shows on this on my show when I was covering it back then, is it seemed to me that if you just, and this is not something that you would be able to put in general training, because it only works for very small towns like this. The population in Delphi is about 2,000 people, very small. And so, and I had, through my research, found that the number of males living, and they would determine that a killer was very likely local because it was someone that knew that location area around the Monon High Bridge. And so it was very likely to be local. I think all the profilers agreed on that. And so the population, based on witness testimonies, we knew that the killer was probably somewhere between 25 and 50 age. That seems like a wide enough range. So what I found was there was 550 males living in Delphi at the time between the age of 25 and 50. So that's a fairly narrow list. And if you can whittle that down more, so the key thing for me was they knew, and it looks like they knew even more than we did, but they knew that this was a dark colored, the suspected vehicle was dark colored, and either a small SUV or like a hatchback sporty type car. And so if you could just get a list of how many of those vehicles were in town, and then match that up with those people on the list of that were males aged 25 to 50, who you couldn't eliminate off the list. Some of those, you could have whittled down that list by people that had really airtight alibis, or someone that was handicapped, or just different race, and just in no way matched the description of the suspect. But let's say you only got it down to, from doing that, you got it down to like 400. Now you take that list of 400 people and you match that up to people that had access to a vehicle of that type. Just a very general type, dark, small SUV or hatchback type. If they had done that, they would have got down, I think, to a very short list of people, like 20 people. And then you just start looking closely at that. And you could even say, go in there and ask them for permission to spray luminol, because there would have been a lot of blood evidence inside those vehicles. And you could have solved this. Again, I know I'm just an old bartender, but you could have solved this within a week doing that. And so my question is part of the problem here, because training tends to be so generalized that and then you don't have this focused somebody who just takes the bull by the horns and thinks it through the way I just did there. I don't know. Can you respond to that, Jen?
Yes, I can. First of all, police officers generally only get the police training they receive in their classes and then very little sporadic training. Particularly, I want to say when it comes to firearms, they get almost zero training of an outfit like Delphi Police Department because there's no money and so on. But in regard to interviewing and regarding to conducting complex investigations, murder investigations, all that, little or no training because there's just not the money available, sadly. And that's something that the FBI developed the Let's program for, is to give officers and local departments more training. But I agree with you. And it's so funny you said that because that to me is exactly where I would have started. I looked at this group with other people actually, and
You're
Remember,
breaking up
though,
just a little, Jen.
remember the FBI didn't get involved till almost a month later in this investigation because clearly they would have gone this route too. But also remember this, Ron Logan, the evidence against him was really quite remarkable at the time. And certainly the FBI developed probable cause to believe he committed the crime. They committed it to search warrant. They committed it to affidavits. And it was really, at the time, pretty overwhelming. And then there was a split between the locals and the Bureau, whether he was responsible or not. And the FBI was no longer invited on the case, and the locals went forward for 5 years, really developing zero. And then finally came to Richard Allen. So there's a very interesting background on it. But I agree with you, Kevin. That's where you would have started.
Right. Yeah, the reason Logan Ryan, not Logan Ryan, Jesus. I'm thinking of my Patriots players. Ron Logan, sorry. The reason Ron Logan became a suspect is he did something that seemed very suspicious. He went out and created a false alibi for where he was. And he created this while the search was underway for the girls, but before their bodies were found. So I think that was the main basis for the FBI suspecting him. I didn't know the FBI was brought in a month later. I guess I thought it was earlier than that. I wasn't aware of that.
It was about a month later. It was the first week, about the first week of March. But there was so much more to Ron Logan. First of all, this crime occurred on his land. This is something that took a lot of time to commit this crime. It was so brutal, and the intimacy and the privacy that would be needed to commit this crime, it would be unusual for a stranger to that area just to take these girls onto somebody else's land. And so that was another.
He was a
big
man
reason.
he was in his 70s though, too, right? So did you think he could have crossed that bridge or?
Oh, 100. I don't know if you saw footage of him. He got along perfectly, got around perfectly. There's a great piece of film footage of him walking. He's with a very similar gait. Again, his girlfriend at the time said she recognized his voice. There were so many things. I've posted the affidavit multiple times, and I really suggest that people just take a look at that because that has never been debunked, any of that.
The issue, though, I think, with him walking around is he don't look sore. You know, committing a murder like that, two people, you're going to use muscles and things of nature that you've never used before, especially a man of his age, regardless of what he was doing beforehand. You know, when I was a police officer, I used to work out extensively. And whenever I got into not necessarily a fight, but an issue where it got physical, even in my younger days, I was sore afterwards. My arms, my legs, everything was sore, my neck. And he's just walking around shortly afterwards with no issues whatsoever. I strongly suspect that's not likely. And I think that video of Bridge Guy, there are some indications there that kind of show that the person on that bridge is shorter. His pants are very saggy. They're folded up at the very bottom. You can see a different color on the different bottom, and then the bottom top of the bottom of the pants where it's folded up. His arms are really, really scrunched up more than normal. And, all these indications to me are somebody who's shorter. I do agree that there was a significant amount of information early on that pointed in Ron Logan's direction. And I think that that's probably why they didn't do what you were saying there, Kevin, as far as going through the car and all these other things, is because
that's what I think the problem is. Yep. Go ahead.
they were looking at him so hard, and maybe not even just him. I mean, you had him, you had Anthony Schatz, you had a bunch of other guys who were starting to come out of the woodwork. I think Carter mentioned tentacles in one of his interviews post Richard Allen's arrest, and I think what that means is dead ends. He had a lot of these, avenues that they thought were going to go somewhere and ended up with absolutely nothing. And to me, like I said, I strongly suspect I would have been very suspicious of Ron Logan early on, very suspicious of him. But watching those videos of him walking around without looking at all bit sore or tired or any of those type of things was a big question mark for me.
Jen, another question for you. Oh, you can respond to this too. Just hold your, because my question will be quick, and you can include your response to Daniel into the question. This is I find, but I'm not in law enforcement, and that a big problem, that just a natural human nature thing is to get tunnel vision. So you're investigating something and you lock onto something that looks really, really, and in this case here, whether it's Logan or whether it's Keegan Klein, boy, you could really see like why police. I mean, this was like the game of Clue or something, where you really set this up to try to throw an audience. If this is a movie, those are perfect suspects to throw an audience off, right? Because they look really, really convincing. Do you guys in your training? Well, how much of a problem have you seen in investigations with tunnel vision? And is this ever accounted for in the training that you've seen? And then whatever you wanted to also to reply to Daniel.
By the way, you're doing a better job controlling your witness than Little did today with the scientist. Hey, but first, if I could respond to Daniel. Daniel, I totally agree with you. The times that I've gotten into fights with suspects or, unfortunately, I've been in a lot of fights. You're exhausted, you're bruised, you're tired. But these were two little girls. And if we're to believe that bullet that was left behind, the full cartridge, which I don't necessarily believe belonged to the suspect necessarily, if we're to believe that, they were controlled with that. I don't think there was some big fight. I don't think that there was running involved. I think they were completely coerced, and then they had knives to their necks. I think they did what they were asked to do, and so I don't think there was a fight. We know there was at least no DNA, no semen, so no sexual assault took place. So I don't think much physical exertion was exerted on them like would be in a fight or controlling a subject like you mentioned. But I totally concur with you. If there were, you could expect soreness in the person who committed the crime. And then I'll defer to you on the tunnel, and then I'll come back on the tunnel.
Yeah. So for me, tunnel vision is definitely something that I've seen a lot of folks. I've tried when I was in law enforcement, my biggest goal, because I had seen it, when I was an FTO, field training officer, I would see other officers. And this one scenario in particular, we had a situation with a hit and run, and there was we go to this scene and we find out that the vehicle that was involved in this accident was a truck, and it was missing, I think, like the front license plate or something of that nature. And so we end up finding a truck, and my partner, it's parked along the side of the road. So we pull up, and he's like, all right, this one has a little bit of damage, missing front license plate. This is it. We got the guy, and he goes inside, brings this guy out. He goes inside, and he finds out that the person that was responsible for the truck was in a doctor's office appointment. So he brings him in, brings him outside, and he's talking to him. And there's a little bit of a language situation here. The subject speaks Spanish, and my partner was only English. And so there was some of that going on, but he was ready to arrest him for the hit and run because of what appeared to be damage. And I was like, hold on a minute. I had leaned up against the car and I noticed that it was very cold. And, I started talking to the guy, and he told me that he had been there for about an hour. He had parked and he had gone to the park or whatever the case may have been. And then he went to his doctor's appointment walking, which the park was right next to it. And, I asked him if he could pop his hood. I touched the engine. I mean, the engine was cold to the touch. And I was like, I don't think this is the right vehicle. And sure enough, probably, I think like the next day or so, somebody reported something, and it was a very similar vehicle, but my partner was just all in on it. And to me, I learned from that moment to slow down, just slow down. If you go in and at things at 100 miles an hour and you just take everything, the very first time you get that information for what it is and weigh that in gold, you're probably going to fall down some rabbit holes you don't want to be in. And so, I had a tendency or trained myself to just slow down, read it, understand it, try to go over it again before I make a decision on something, especially when it came to taking somebody's freedom away. But yeah, no, it is something that does happen. And I think that, it's, even police officers, detectives, or FBI agents, first and foremost, are human beings. And I think that's an element of being a human.
I couldn't agree more with what Daniel just said. How I always termed it, and many of us termed it was, you got to take a slow tactical breath. That's exactly the words we would use, especially if you're talking about something that's right before you, like Daniel was referring to. Of course, in the Bureau, in many of our investigations, they're more elongated investigations. They're more long-term, where you're just slowly going and collecting evidence oftentimes. So, but no matter, you have to follow the crumbs. You can't anticipate that there's going to be a crumb over here, or make something out of a crumb that isn't leading to anything. And that's something I really have recognized a lot in the Karen Reed case. In other words, there's so many people that have a narrative, I think, on the FKR side, that want to take something like looking at Knuckles, a photo of Knuckles, and not investigating, well, when was that picture taken? Not realizing it was taken weeks after, and that there were other photos of him with clean Knuckles before that. That's just one example. Or a dog being rehomed weeks later, not looking at an incident that happened with a neighbor dog, not really understanding, looking at the fact a house was sold, but not realizing it was almost a year later, or that telephones were put in a dumpster, not realizing that was 9 months later, and trying to make that lead to their conclusion. And that's the trouble if you have tunnel vision.
And is this addressed in the training? And I know you've had FBI former profilers on your channel. And so people that want to see that, look to go to Jen's channel, Breaking the Case with Jen Coffeneffer, and maybe she'll talk about this. But is it, and we know the profilers that I've seen take care to say, we're putting out a profile, but please just understand this doesn't mean you shouldn't restrict your investigation to this, because this is just our best estimates here. So how do they work on that to try to make sure that people don't get locked into a box and get that tunnel vision in the training?
Well, in terms of profiling, are you asking more about profiling, or what kind of training do we get to
Both.
not have tunnel vision?
Sorry. That wasn't
Okay.
clear. Sorry. I asked an unclear correction, and the judge is corrected here. Thank you. Kind of conflating two issues. So this profiling is slightly different, that you could have a rush to judgment, nothing to do with profiling. Just it goes on in every police department probably every day. It's just a natural human thing. But in particular, but profiling, it just occurs to me that, you put out a profile, a professional profile puts out a profile that this is what the killer is, and maybe that becomes restrictive, so people don't look outside that profile. So just both of those issues combined in relevance to training and how the FBI trains people.
Well, I can tell you, as far as tunnel vision, you get trained up really quick, because you go through these long-term scenarios of doing investigations in what we call what is called Hogan's Alley, which is where it's a little city, and we actually investigate crimes throughout our training. And so, they make it where you actually go through these scenarios where you might make a mistake, or they try to lead you down a different road that's not really the road you're, of what really happened. They do that at FLETC too, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. I've been through both. And so to your point, there is plenty of training that is received. And of course, the OJT is the best. And the people around you, having a good mentor, having a good supervisor, all of that is critical. But you receive plenty of training. I don't think local officers, and certainly people in Delphi, and even at the state police to a large level, get that sort of training, the training that is scenario based. As far as the profiling, I've used the profilers, it's the behavioral science unit. Reached out to them, meaning you do an EC, it's very formal, and they very formal give you a direction back. And it's based on the clues that you have. And typically, I can think of 3 instances, and in all 3, I reached out when I was at a dead end. And in all 3 instances, they were spot on the money. And in all 3 instances, they were vague. In other words, you're looking at a male, he's going to be between these ages, he's going to be a certain race, and he's going to have this profession, typically something like that.
Anything else you guys want to go into, or can we call it a day? And by the way, thank you for joining us, Daniel. You really brought a great addition to today's conversation. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the invite. I apologize I can't come on here as much as I'd like. Right now I have my little one. I think I hear him stirring, so I'm going to be jumping off here pretty soon, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Me too, Daniel. Always great to be in chat with you. I love it that you don't necessarily have the same vantage all the time, but we discuss it so thoroughly and respectfully. I always love being on with you.
I appreciate that. I got to get both of you guys on to talk about the updates on the Karen Reed case and even maybe even more on Delphi. I wasn't. I didn't know you guys were so well versed. I knew you were, Miss Coffin, Jennifer. I'm sorry. I know you told me last time not to call you that. I know you were, but I wasn't too sure on how far versed you were, Kevin. So maybe we can do something about that as well.
Yeah, with me, what I did was I like to do a deep dive into a case, but then once I feel it's solved, I lose a lot of interest in it. So my channel was pretty new, and I had just done the first series that you saw my voice and heard my voice and saw my face on the screen. I did an analysis in the Lizzie Borden murders, and this was safe for me because there are no families left and victims and nobody's going to be offended, but people liked it. So somebody asked me, said, why don't you do something on the Delphi murders? And so this was only this was just a few months before Richard Allen was arrested. And so I remembered it as the Snapchat murders in my head. But I didn't, to me, I was like, I am never, ever going to do a case with kids. I can't do it. And, but because the channel was growing, I said, all right, I'll give it a shot. And so I really dug into the documents, everything I could find, but I was 6 years behind. But that had certain advantages too, because you're not going to get tunnel vision when you are 6 years behind. You're just looking at everything at once. So I'm looking at Logan and Keegan Allen and all the other things all at once, and putting it together and just doing like I do with no experience, just ignorant, but asking questions. And I did a series on that, and it was pretty well received. And then just a few weeks before the arrest of Richard Allen, I put out a profile, which I'm not trained to do, and it proved to be remarkably accurate. It was just logical deduction, though. It wasn't through some great psychological insight. And then they arrested him, and he turned out to be pretty accurate. So once I saw enough evidence that convinced me, and I respect Jen, she could disagree with this. But for me, I felt satisfied it was Richard Allen. I kind of stopped looking into it,
Yeah. I didn't look into it until Richard Allen actually was arrested. I had heard about it, when it happened, during that time I'd heard about it, and then I heard about Anthony Shots, and I honestly thought that guy got arrested, Keegan Klein, up until probably right before Richard Allen got arrested as well. I had heard that there was some movement or activity going on at a bridge, at a river that they were searching, and it was related to Anthony Shots. And I was like, well, hey, look, I thought I thought they arrested that guy. I thought that guy was in jail, and sure enough, he was, but for something else. And I was like, I'll look into it. And he gets arrested right away, which is why I think like I would have been right there with everybody. Oh man, Ron Logan, and maybe Anthony Schatz or Keegan Kline and some of these other guys. I'm not that familiar with everything that went along with them. But I am familiar with what happened with Richard Allen and how he got arrested and the evidence against him. And so I tend to think they got the right guy as well.
And I followed that case for years.
Mhm.
And so for me, for instance, the Keegan Kline, and his Anthony Schott portrayal, if you will, online. I mean, he was arrested for multiple counts of child pornography.
Yep.
And
kind of confessed a little bit in jail in some way. He told that story that turned out to be he did to his cellmate about his going that day and letting his father out at the cemetery, right? I mean, he really did talk. He led people along.
Well, remember, Anthony Schatz communicated with the girls about meeting up. That is just something that will never sit right by me. And has just been sorely overlooked. They believed enough of what he had to say, and this is so rare. I've had to do it several times, but it is truly rare to be able to convince all involved to grab somebody out of prison or out of jail when they're already incarcerated. It takes so much paperwork and convincing so many people because, now you have somebody that could possibly escape, and it's a big thing. And they did that, and they walked that river with him, totally believing that, looking for the gun that, was purportedly used, right? Because of the cartridge that was there. But long story short, I am not convinced, not that I would never be convinced. I don't believe in the investigation that was done. And again, part of it is because the person that I was closest to in regard to looking at this investigation was somebody that was there and was part of this whole investigation. And when you know the inside story of all the things that were done that are mind-blowing, it is hard to have any belief in this investigation. And I'm not talking about collecting a little bit of snow with a Dixie cup. No investigation is perfect. I am talking about major errors concerning evidence not being collected, concerning evidence coming out of your truck, concerning another piece of evidence that was lost, concerning that cartridge that was found later, concerning the fact that the cartridge had actually 3 striations, which would show that cartridge being ejected 3 times from a gun, which often happens in law enforcement. Was that cartridge really there, part of the crime? Lots of issues with that case, like so many. I could go on and on.
Right. Well, thank you. And your opinion is always helpful and welcome, and disagreement is healthy.
Yes, it is. It is.
You bring an enormously valuable perspective and experience that we don't have, and you've talked to people somewhat directly involved. So I appreciate it. All right, everybody. Well, now it is time to go and enjoy this gorgeous weekend. I don't know how the weather is where you are, Jen. It's 75 degrees where I am right now and mostly sunny. So very beautiful spring here. So I don't know where Matt, Dan, where are you, Daniel, right now? Ohio?
I am in Texas. I am in the hottest part of the United States right now.
He's in God's country.
Yep.
So spring for you is like January 4th.
Pretty much. I think. Well, I mean, it cooled down for Easter, which was unfortunate because me and the fam had a cabin out there on the river. But it's heating up. It's probably anywhere between high 80s, low 90s right now. So
not here,
which is relatively cool for this time of year. Yeah. If you can believe that.
Yeah.
Hey,
but it's
Daniel,
a dry heat.
Can you give me, can you take a look? And I know you've got your little one. I'm going to send you a DM right after we get off here. So if you wouldn't mind taking a look. And Kevin, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. And
All right,
thank you as
guys.
well.
Let's call it a day. Enjoy the weekend. We'll see everybody that wants to be here. We'll see everybody Monday.
Later.
Thanks, guys.